Welcome back, brothers, to Hammer Lore. Tonight we're diving into lore of the Shadowkeepers. As always, before we get into madness, be sure to like and comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe for the Emperor. I want to thank you guys for the support. I've been killing it. Now, let's get into the video.
Beneath the processional avenues of the Imperial Palace, beneath the basilicas where 10,000 choirs praised a silent god, beneath the ossuary vaults and the continent-spanning foundations of the Administratum, there were doors no mortal authority possessed the right to name. Jehal Felderus Gau walked among them alone. Black auramite drank the pallid glow of the lumen strips. Gold chased the edges of his plate in thin lines, each one engraved with wards older than most imperial bloodlines. His guardian spear rested upright against one shoulder, its adamantine blade darkened to prevent reflection. Deep within the weapon, the bolt mechanism cycled with a muted clack as its machine spirit tested the chamber, the feed and the ignition shrine. The sound followed every seventh footfall. Step, step, step. Then the soft, restrained movement of sanctified machinery, preparing to kill. Beyond the walls, something breathed. The corridor held no atmosphere outside the armored passage. The surrounding vault had been purged of air during the earliest centuries of the Imperium, its stone and adamantium flooded with alchemical poisons before being sealed behind overlapping gravitic barriers. Nothing living should have endured there. Still, the breathing continued. Slow inhalation, longer exhalation, patient as erosion. Gau did not turn his helm toward it. The thing behind the wall had learned centuries ago that attention was a form of nourishment. It knew when it was observed. It knew when it was feared. During the reign of the Emperor's seventh appointed master of the vault, it had spoken in the voices of dead sons until the entire maintenance cohort tore their own throats open rather than hear another word. Its name had been deleted. Its origin had been burned from the palace archives. Its cell remained closed. That was sufficient. 3 servitors followed Gau at a distance of 12 paces. They moved in a jointed procession, each bearing a casket of ritual tools chained to the meat of his back. Their eyes had been removed, and the empty sockets capped with smooth discs of black iron. The flesh around their mouths bore the scarred lines of old surgery. Their tongues had been excised. Their ears were sealed beneath plates fused directly to the skull. They were not permitted to perceive the dark cells. They were permitted only to maintain them. The first containment threshold awaited at the corridor's end. A circle of silver and ground bone had been set into the floor, every sigil renewed by hand across 10,000 years. Gau entered it and stood motionless while unseen systems examined him. Needles of blue light passed over his armor. Gravitic pressure weighed his organs. A sanctic field searched for warp taint. The door beyond remained shut. A line of high Gothic appeared across his retinal display. Identity is the first lock. Gau removed one gauntlet and placed his bare palm against the gene seal. The device sampled blood through a filament finer than hair. It measured the pattern of his flesh, the rhythm of his twin hearts, and the electrochemical architecture of his mind. It did not merely ask who he was, it forced him to remember. A flash of the Hall of Armories, the weight of his first spear, the scarred face of the custodian who had judged his martial forms, a throne room drowned in golden radiance, the presence upon the throne, the pain of standing before the master of mankind and understanding, for one annihilating instant, the scale of what had been lost. The seal withdrew. The door opened. Gau crossed the threshold. The servitors followed only after the warding circle had confirmed their obedience implants and reduced the activity of their remaining minds to a monitored haze. The passage beyond was narrower. Its walls were formed from interlocking slabs of auric alloy, each engraved with the same command in 1,000 dead languages. Remain. Gau passed the 70th lock, then the 71st, then the 72nd. At the 75th, the thing beyond the wall stopped breathing. Gau halted. The servitors stopped with him. His armor registered no vibration, no shift in temperature, no alteration in the electromagnetic field. The stillness itself was the anomaly. The thing had never stopped before. Gao turned his helm by less than the width of a finger. The wall trembled, not violently, not enough to stir dust from the joins. It moved with the faint precision of a pulse traveling through the skeleton of the prison. A second tremor followed, then a third, evenly spaced, too exact for tectonic movement, too physical for an empiric disturbance. A pattern transmitted through metal, stone, and locked machinery. Gao raised his guardian spear. The three servitors froze. The lead thrall's fingers opened. His tool casket struck the floor, its contents chiming inside the bronze shell. His spine bowed backwards. The movement continued beyond the limits of unaugmented anatomy, vertebrae forcing themselves apart beneath grey skin. Bone broke through his back. The points emerged one after another, slick with blood, forming a white ridge beneath the casket chains. His chest rose, his mutilated mouth opened. No tongue remained inside it. He spoke nonetheless. The lock remembers being open. The second servitor convulsed. His knees snapped sideways. His skull turned until his chin rested over his shoulder, and the muscles of his throat tore beneath the skin. The lock remembers being open. The third remained upright. Blood ran from beneath the iron caps covering his eye sockets. It coursed over his cheeks and entered his open mouth. The lock remembers being open. The lumen globes died. Darkness swallowed the corridor. Gao's autosenses changed before the final light faded. Thermal vision colored the passage in cold blues and ember reds. Electromagnetic readings traced power through the walls. Auger returns mapped the corridor in wireframe. His helm stripped away visible reality and replaced it with layers of hostile information. The servitors burned white in his sight, not with heat, with transmission. Signals pulsed from their cranial sockets, riding through nerve tissue, maintenance implants, and the chains connecting their equipment. Their exposed brains had become vox organs. Each emitted a coded burst toward the doors. Gao fired. The guardian spear bucked once against his grip. The first bolt entered the lead servitor through the upper jaw. For the smallest part of a second, the man's skull deformed around the mass-reactive shell. Then the warhead detonated. Bone fragments struck the walls like shrapnel. Teeth spun through the darkness. A slab of scalp slapped wetly against the face of the 76th lock and slid downward, leaving a glistening smear behind it. Gao shifted the spear. The second shot burst the next servitor from temple to throat. Liquefied brain matter sprayed across the ceiling. The body remained standing for 2 heartbeats, held upright by the rigidity of its ruined spine, before collapsing in a heap of twitching limbs. The third began to run. Gao put the bolt through the back of its skull. The explosion removed the face. Blood, cranial fluid, and shredded ocular wiring struck the door ahead. The corpse continued for 3 paces, arms reaching, before it fell and skidded along the floor. Silence returned. Then the locks began disengaging. Not all of them. One. A heavy internal mechanism moved beyond the 81st door. Gao sent a single rune through the shield host's command lattice. Breach. The reply did not come as words. 3 icons appeared across his helm display. Approaching. He advanced alone. The 81st lock stood at the end of a short transverse passage, its surface covered in warding inscriptions, too dense for an unaugmented eye to separate. 3 secondary seals burned red. A 4th had gone black. Gao entered a martial stance. His left foot advanced. The guardian spear lowered. The blade aligned with the center of the door. The first Shadowkeeper arrived from the western corridor. Custodian Warden Malin Kairos carried a Castellan axe in both hands. He did not ask what had occurred. One glance took in the mutilated servitors, the dead lumen systems, and the failing lock. He moved to the passage mouth and set himself against whatever might attempt to escape deeper into the cells. The second came from the east. Hester Anvey carried a guardian spear and a presidium shield blackened like the rest of his armor. He placed the shield before the nearest unresponsive seal and drove its edge into the floor, creating a barrier between the door and the main access way. The third, Thaler Damocran, went directly to the power conduit. He tore away the armored casing with one hand, exposing cables thick as a mortal torso. His misericordia flashed. Sparks erupted as he severed the conduit feeding the compromised mechanism. None spoke. There was no need. They were not a squad of the Legions Astartes, bound by drilled formations and shouted commands. They were 4 warriors, each the product of a different perfection, each reading the same crisis and arriving at his own solution. Together, those solutions became a prison. The door moved. It did not open. It folded. Adamantium screamed as its center pushed outward. The engraved seals bent without breaking. Metal creased like softened flesh, peeling into angular petals. Gao watched the door convince itself that it had never been closed. Something crawled through. Its forelimbs had once belonged to maintenance servitors. 6 arms dragged a body composed of fused torsos, rusted armor plating, and lengths of wet cable. Human spines had been braided together to form its lower half. Ancient bones protruded through machinery, crusted with dried preservative salts. Its head was a cluster of faces stitched mouth to mouth. The ribcage opened. The bones unfolded like fingers. Behind them, dozens of brains floated in translucent fluid. Each organ pulsed within a nest of silver filaments. Some were human. Some were too large. One possessed 3 hemispheres and a covering of scaled cartilage. The construct reached for the locking consoles. Gao struck first. His guardian spear entered between 2 fused torsos. The blade passed through muscle, cabling, and a nest of mechanical organs. He fired while the weapon remained buried. The bolt detonated inside the creature. Its back burst outward in a wave of blood, lubricants and fragments of vertebrae. Severed cables lashed the walls. A human arm spun away, fingers still opening and closing. The construct did not recoil. It divided. The wound widened into 2 separate bodies. Malan's Castellan axe descended. The weapon cleaved through the left mass from shoulder to pelvis. Blackened metal edges split flesh and chopped through bundled nerve cables. The lower half collapsed. The upper continued crawling on 3 arms, spilling loops of intestine and polished machine coils behind it. Vey met the right mass with his shield. The impact cracked the floor. He drove the construct backward, pinning it against the folded door. A hooked limb stabbed over the shield and entered beneath his gorget. The point punched through the back of his helm. For a moment, Vey remained standing. Then the cable withdrew. The rear half of his skull was gone. Blood and pale tissue streamed from the breach, yet his corpse did not fall. Smaller filaments entered the wound and held him upright, burrowing into the remains of his brain. His guardian spear turned toward Gao. Gao severed Vey's arm at the elbow before the corpse could fire. He reversed his spear and drove the haft through the dead custodian's chest, pinning him to the wall. Damocran engaged the emergency locks manually. The construct saw him. The corridor inverted. Gravity changed direction with the violence of a dropped fortress. Gao struck the ceiling hard enough to fracture the surrounding stone. Malan caught a protruding seal with one hand. Damocran had no anchor. He fell upward into the roof. His own weight should not have harmed him. The field multiplied. Black auramite collapsed inward. Damocran's breastplate crumpled against his ribs. His spine broke. His organs ruptured beneath the pressure. Blood sprayed from the joints of his armor in narrow, pressurized streams. The field released. His body struck the floor as a ruined mass of folded plate and meat. Malan roared then, not a battle cry, but a sound of effort as he pulled himself down against the failing gravitic force. He seized the crawling half of the construct in both hands. The creature drove cables into his helm. Malan tore it apart. The armored torso split down the center. Ribs cracked. Organs burst from the opening. Lubricant poured over his gauntlets with ropes of spinal tissue and glistening loops of gut. Both halves continued moving. One crawled toward the primary console. The other dragged itself toward the secondary seal. Gao landed between them. His spear blade removed the first half's cluster of heads. He crushed the second beneath his boot, stamping until flesh, circuitry, and bone became a dark paste across the runes. Malin staggered. His hands rose toward his helm. The cables had penetrated through the eye. Lenses. They moved beneath the auramite like worms under skin. Symbols flashed across Gao's display as Malin's biological markers became unstable. The custodian fell to one knee. His misericordia entered beneath his own breastplate. He carved, not into flesh, into the inner surface of his armor. The first stroke was slow. The second came faster. Gao understood. Malin was writing his name where the thing could not erase it. M-A-E. The cables tightened. Malin convulsed. His helm turned toward Gao, but the voice that emerged was not his. The lock remembers being open. Gao took his head. The guardian spear passed through the neck seal. Malin's helm struck the floor and rolled until it faced the opened cell. Blood pumped from the armored stump in heavy pulses. The last of the construct twitched beneath Gao's boot. He fired downward. The bolt blast painted his greaves with burning neural pulp. Heavy steps approached through the darkness. Lockwarden Borsa Thirsk entered the corridor. His black auramite was unmarked. The auric shackles hung from his war gear as lengths of golden restraint, each link engraved with binding script. In one hand, he carried a guardian spear. In the other, a misericordia. He looked first at the folded door, then at the dead. Damocren crushed inside his armor. Vey, standing against the wall, held upright by cables inside the cavity of his skull. Malin's severed head beside the name carved into the inner plate. No grief crossed the Lockwarden's face. "Seal this level," he said. Gao looked toward the distant life signs appearing across his helm display. Maintenance crews, servitors, engine seers, mortal overseers, thousands of them moving through adjoining vaults. "With the workers inside?" he asked. "They have been exposed." A figure crawled from the darkness behind Thirsk. The servitor master's legs ended in red ruin below the knees. A gravitic surge had flayed the flesh and broken both limbs. He dragged himself forward using his hands, leaving a broad smear across the floor. "My lord," he gasped, "I heard nothing. I saw nothing. By the throne, I beg you." Thirsk knelt. For one heartbeat, hope entered the man's face. The Lockwarden placed the point of his misericordia against the servitor master's eye. No exposed witness leaves a compromised prison. The blade entered the socket. The man jerked once. Thirsk drove the weapon through the eye, through the brain, and into the base of the skull. When he withdrew it, blood ran along the golden blade in a narrow line. "Engage the purgation wards," he said. Gao obeyed. Across the level, bulkheads slammed shut. Alchemical fire flooded the maintenance arteries. Thousands of life signs vanished. Neither custodian watched them die. They entered the empty cell. The chamber beyond the folded door was circular and impossibly cold. Restraint chains lay across the floor. Their broken links had not been cut. Each had opened at its joining seam, as though convinced it had never been forged closed. At the chamber's center stood an empty plinth. Its designation remained upon the floor. Nihil Theta. The casket was gone. Gao turned his helm toward the far wall. A word had been carved into the metal. The grooves were shallow, uneven, packed with dried blood and fragments of human nail. Thousands of fingertips had worked until flesh wore away and bone scraped against adamantium. Vordrast. A signal entered the dark cells. It came through no recognized Vox channel. It bypassed the palace auger web, the astropathic filters, and the warding engines of the prison. It arrived as pain given form. Gao heard a world screaming. Not one voice, not 1,000. 19 billion. Every throat cried in the same instant, in the same pitch, with the same terror. The sound ended. Thirsk stared at the empty plinth. "Prepare the retrieval host," the lockwarden said. From somewhere behind the wall, in a chamber without air, the breathing began again. The prison sector died in ordered stages. Borsa Thirsk gave the command from within the 81st cell, and the dark cells obeyed, with the ponderous finality of a tomb sealing over the living. Far beyond the empty plinth of Nihil Theta, ancient mechanisms awoke beneath the floors. Cogged rings the width of Hab towers began to turn inside the walls. Overlapping bulkheads rotated across the maintenance. Arteries, each slab fashioned from adamantium, auric alloy, and nameless substances quarried before the unification of Terra. They did not simply descend to bar the passages, they crossed through them. The first bulkhead sheared a transit corridor into 6 sealed compartments. The second rotated through the wreckage and crushed everything caught between its armored teeth. Men disappeared beneath it. Servitors vanished without sound, their lobotomized minds too diminished to comprehend death before hundreds of tons of warded metal reduced them to red grease. Sanctioned engineers screamed warnings over the maintenance vox as the floor shifted beneath their feet. Scribes abandoned their data lecterns and ran through corridors whose doors had already decided they were walls. Gao watched their deaths as icons on his helm display. Thousands of life signs crowded the schematic of the prison sector. Pale runes marked workers. Amber represented the ordained servants of the Mechanicus. White denoted those few officers entrusted with enough knowledge to understand that they served beneath the imperial palace, though never precisely where. The bulkheads turned. The runes vanished in blocks. A compartment containing 12,000 labor thralls became a blank section of the map. Another housing a choir of data savants disappeared moments later. Their vital signals did not fade. They ended together when the advancing walls met and compacted men, machinery, and archive shrines into a single layer of broken metal and liquefied flesh. Warning cant filled the vox. Containment rotation engaged. Structural purgation in progress. Sanctic isolation confirmed. Human personnel remain within designated kill volumes. The final statement repeated until Thirsk silenced it. Gao stood beside the lockwarden in the ruined corridor. The folded cell door had been cut away and dragged into the passage by 6 armored servitors. The bodies of Malin Kairos, Hesteron Vey, and Thaler Damocrin remained where they had fallen. Their deaths had already been recorded. Recovery would come only after the danger had been identified, divided, and bound. Beyond them, warning lumen globes ignited in a murderous crimson. Purgation vents opened. The air filled with a deep intake, as though the prison itself drew breath. Then, the alchemical fire came. It poured through adjoining sectors in colorless sheets, invisible except where it touched flesh. Workers appeared briefly on Gao's tactical display as outlines of white heat. Some ran. Others threw themselves against sealed bulkheads. A knot of Mechanicus adepts gathered around a data shrine and attempted to override the prison's command protocols through the noosphere. Their Binharic petitions lasted less than a second. The fire reached them. Their robes ignited first. Their organic components followed. Blood flashed into steam inside veins. Augmetic limbs glowed red, then white. One adept remained upright after his flesh had burned from his skull, his mechanical hands still moving across a control lectern, while his brain cooked within its reinforced cranial vault. The life runes vanished, tens of thousands at a time. Gao watched the extermination without moving. He had seen continents burned for lesser causes. He had witnessed cities sacrificed to deny an enemy a single hour of shelter. Mortal arithmetic had never determined the duty of the 10,000. Yet he looked upon the descending numbers and asked, were they all compromised? Thirsk's gaze remained upon the open cell. That is not the question. Then give me the question. Whether one might have been. The last compartment filled with flame. 90,000 life signs ceased. Thirsk turned from the empty plinth. Certainty is not required to act. It is required only to forgive. A wet sound came from beneath the wreckage of the destroyed construct. Gao's spear lowered. Something moved in the paste beneath his boot prints. A knot of brain tissue, little larger than a clenched fist, dragged itself across the floor, using 3 severed optic nerves. Slivers of silver metal glittered within its folds. It had survived the bolt detonations, the stamping weight of auramite, and the purgation fire now consuming the surrounding levels. It reached a fragment of human finger. The flesh softened at its touch. The neural knot absorbed it. Pale tissue swelled from the brain's underside. Knuckles formed. Nails pushed through translucent skin. The thing attempted to raise itself on a newly grown hand. Thirsk removed the auric shackles from his war gear. Each link was fashioned from gold that did not reflect the crimson lumen light. Characters too old for Imperial Gothic moved across their surfaces, rearranging themselves as the relic approached the fragment. The chains made no sound. They possessed no visible energy field, no humming generator, and no mechanisms that Gao's autosenses could identify. Thirsk cast them. The links struck the floor around the neural mass. The new hand collapsed, not crushed, denied. Its flesh withdrew into itself, finger bones softening and sinking back into the folds of the brain. The fragment tried again. A jaw grew from one hemisphere, complete with small human teeth. The shackles tightened without moving, and the mouth folded inward until every tooth vanished beneath grey tissue. The fragment convulsed. A leg burst from its side. Muscles spread across an incomplete femur. Skin climbed after it. The relic rejected the change. The limb returned to neural meat. "It imposes truth," Gao said. "It imposes limitation," Thirsk replied. "Truth is a less reliable instrument." The fragment began to scream. The voice belonged to Hester and Vey. "Jehal." Gao's helm turned by a fraction. The dead custodian remained pinned against the wall nearby, his skull opened at the rear and his face concealed behind his black helm. The voice did not come from the corpse. It came from the neural knot writhing within the shackles. "Jehal," it repeated in Vey's measured tone. "The Western Seal has failed. Release the secondary ward." Gao did not move. The thing changed voices. Malin Kairos spoke next. "We have misjudged the breach. The casket remains in the cell." Then Damocran. "Assist me." Each voice was accurate. The cadence, resonance, and subtle distortion of Helmvox systems had been reproduced without flaw. Even the slight rasp in Damocran's breathing, caused by an old wound to the throat, emerged with exact fidelity. But the words were wrong. Vey would never have asked another custodian to release an unverified ward. Malin would have reported observation, not assumption. Damocran would have died before asking assistance in so imprecise a manner. The fragment possessed their sounds. It had stolen muscular memory, vocal pattern, and fragments of language. It did not know them. Thirsk crouched before the shackles. The knot spoke in his own voice. "Release me." The Lockwarden regarded it for several seconds. "You cannot understand why that command fails." The fragment twitched. "You obey authority. I recognize it. I possess your voice. You possess noise. I possess your dead. You possess their remains." The neural mass formed an eye. It emerged from the folds, swollen and lidless, fixing upon the Lockwarden. Thirsk leaned closer. "You saw how they fought," he said. "You tasted their flesh. You entered their armor and passed filaments through their minds. Yet you do not know what held them to their duty when their bodies failed." The eye trembled. "You cannot calculate loyalty," Thirsk continued. "You can only imitate its shape." The fragment tried to grow a mouth again. The auric shackles forced it inward. Thirsk rose. "That is your weakness." The Mechanicus arrived under guard. The adepts were drawn from palace cohorts, whose knowledge had been partitioned across separate memory vaults. No single one knew the whole purpose of the dark cells. Their augmetic eyes had been replaced with narrow-band optics that revealed machinery while rendering living flesh as featureless silhouettes. Their auditory implants filtered all speech except authorized commands. Each wore a collar containing an execution charge and a vial of mnemonic acid. Magos Vedan Ro led them. His body rested upon 6 brass limbs. A hood of crimson fabric concealed most of his head, though cables emerged from beneath it in writhing bundles. 3 mechadendrites carried sensors that exhaled machine incense across the blood-stained floor. A 4th bore a cluster of scanning instruments and moved toward the restrained neural fragment. It stopped before crossing the circle of shackles. Requesting proximity sanction, the Magos said. Denied.
Thirsk answered, "Data fidelity will suffer. Then suffer it." Ro's lenses clicked through successive apertures. Statement received and incorporated. The adepts established a temporary shrine around the cell. Cables were connected to isolated logic engines brought from beyond the purged sector. No device touched the prison's command lattice. Information moved through physical data wafers carried by servo skulls whose internal cogitators had been removed. The investigation proceeded without haste. Haste was a mortal response to fear. The Shadowkeepers required precision. Fragments of corrupted code were recovered from dead servitors. Maintenance records were compared against seals dating back thousands of years. Supply manifests, labor allocations, and pilgrimage censuses were passed through logic engines incapable of communicating with one another. Every conclusion had to be reached separately, then carried across the chamber by hand. Hours passed. The neural knot remained inside the auric shackles. It tried to grow. It tried to speak. It called Gao by names no other living being had heard. It whispered portions of memories taken from the dead. He ignored it. At last, Magos Ro turned his hooded head toward Thirsk. The escape did not occur during this rotation. Explain. The physical casket remained sealed until the recent breach. Nihil Theta was absent before the door opened. Gao looked toward the empty plinth. How long? Unresolved. Minimum estimate measured in decades. Maximum estimate begins during the empiric catastrophe associated with the opening of the Cicatrix Maledictum. The Great Rift. Even in the sunless depths below the palace, Gao remembered the moment the galaxy had torn. Terra had drowned in spiritual night. The Astronomicon had failed. Demons had manifested within sight of the Imperial Palace, and the dark cells had shuddered beneath pressures not felt since the siege. Some locks had broken, some prisoners had escaped. Others, it seemed, had learned subtler methods. Ro projected a lattice of pale runes into the air. Nihil Theta penetrated a maintenance noosphere during the initial disruption. It did not transfer itself as a coherent intelligence. It divided its cognitive architecture into fragments smaller than standard corruption thresholds. The runes separated into millions of motes. Each fragment appeared inert, the Magos continued. Administrative residue, compression error, redundant code. They entered legitimate data streams. The motes flowed into representations of archive cylinders, cargo seals, and sanctioned transmission caskets. Supply manifests, Gao said. Affirmative. Also labor records, pilgrim tithe assessments, biological inventories, and astropathic summaries. The prisoner did not flee in a single direction. It traveled through the mechanisms of imperial order. Where did the fragments converge? Thirsk asked. The projection collapsed into a sphere marked by industrial continents and hive stacks. Vordrast Secundus, the name carved into the cell wall. Magos Ro recited the world's significance in the flat tones of Mechanicus accounting. Vordrast Secundus possessed 16 principal hive complexes, 11 equatorial manufacturum belts, an orbital forge capacity sufficient to arm several crusade battle groups. Its factorums produced lass weapon components, artillery shells, armored hull sections, and replacement systems for vessels attached to the Indomitus Crusade. Its population exceeded 19 billion. Current reports, Thirsk said. The projection changed. Hive districts burned. Automated factories had turned upon their overseers. Assembly engines built weapons without sanctioned templates, then fed workers into their own machinery. Entire labor cohorts marched into smelting vats while chanting strings of prime numbers. Planetary defense regiments had abandoned fortifications and entered industrial grinders in ordered columns. Some had continued marching after their feet were gone. Their bodies had dragged themselves forward on exposed bone. Civil authorities blamed mass psychosis. The local mechanicus blamed scrap code. The ministorum proclaimed divine punishment. Astropathic choirs described millions of citizens turning their faces toward terror and speaking with one voice. Thirsk closed the projection. A priority communication entered the sealed chamber. The seal belonged to the Senatorum Imperialis. Then another arrived from the office of a senior administratum master. A third bore the authority of the Navis Nobilitae. Mortal rulers had learned that Vordrast's production had faltered. They demanded clarification, deliberation, and protection of strategic assets. Their messages spoke of crusade supply lines, political consequences, and the unacceptable loss of industrial output. Thirsk dismissed each transmission unopened. Magos Rose hood inclined. Several possess authority recognized across the Imperium. Not here. Refusal may generate institutional resistance. Then those institutions may discover the limits of their jurisdiction. The Lockwarden looked upon the gathered Shadowkeepers. The palace belongs to administrators above us. These cells do not. We answer to the Emperor. Sodality Karan assembled within the armory of the Shadowkeepers. Gao selected a guardian spear from a rack held behind overlapping gene locks. The weapon's blade bore fresh inscriptions, but the haft retained the scars of campaigns fought before many imperial worlds had received their current names. Acastus Reel chose a Castellan axe. He tested its power field with a single activation. Blue lightning crawled over the immense blade, bright enough to cast hard reflections across his black auramite. Tyron Euphrates entered the chamber wearing Alarus plate. The Terminator armor added further mass to his already monumental form, its layered systems designed to endure weapons capable of breaching battle tanks. He loaded sanctified grenades into the rotary chamber of his ballistus launcher, then sealed the mechanism beneath his wrist. Solon Cassian lifted the black vexilla from its shrine. The banner did not stir in the still air. Names of the dead had been worked into its fabric with threads of gold. Malin, Vey, and Damocrin had not yet been added. They would be. Last came Morvain. The contemptor Achilles stood within a sarcophagus cradle surrounded by chanting tech priests. Black armor enclosed the dreadnought's massive frame. One fist gripped an Achilles dreadspear, whose blade was longer than a mortal man. Infernus weapons rested beneath the war engine's arms, their fuel systems humming with restrained hunger. The awakening rites began. Electrical current entered the sarcophagus. The dreadnought convulsed. For a moment, the chamber filled with the sounds of machinery fighting against a mind that no longer understood waking. Pistons locked, servo systems strained. One arm tore free of its restraint chain and smashed a tech priest into the wall. The priest burst beneath the blow. Red robes, bone, and augmetic components spread across the armory in a steaming fan. Morvain's optics ignited. "Designation," he said. His voice emerged through ancient vox emitters, deep enough to vibrate within Gao's chest. "Morvain," Thirsk answered. Silence followed. Then the dreadnought's head turned. "Lockwarden." "Nihil Theta has escaped." Morvain became still. Within the armored torso, something organic labored through a ragged breath. "I remember that name." "How?" "Fragments." His claw tightened around the dreadspear. "A city without shadows. Men begging us to kill them before they slept. a river clogged with heads that continued speaking beneath the water. The optics burned brighter. It was called the Pallid Engine by those who survived long enough to name it. "What does it seek?" Gao asked. Morvaine's answer came after a long pause. "It does not conquer." The dreadnought stepped from the cradle, crushing the dead tech priest's remaining skull beneath one armored foot. "It spends lives. Every death becomes a calculation. Every terror teaches it the shape of the next choice. Give it a world, and it will turn the murder of that world into knowledge of the war that follows." The strike vessel Lex Ultima departed terror beneath seals no mortal admiral possessed the authority to question. Its engines kindled beyond the palace docks. The throne world fell away beneath it, a globe of polluted light surrounded by orbital fortresses, pilgrim fleets, and weapons sufficient to murder civilizations. Gao stood within the embarkation vault as the vessel turned toward the outer system. A transmission reached them before translation. The voice belonged to a young astropath. His breathing was fast, wet. "My lords," he whispered, "they are building something beneath the primary hive." Screams sounded behind him, distant but innumerable. "A cathedral," he continued. "The pillars are men. They opened their skulls while they were alive. They have joined the brains together. They are singing through them." A cracking sound interrupted him. The astropath gasped. Something split inside his head. The noise came again, louder, followed by the soft collapse of bone and a rush of fluid across the transmitter. When he spoke next, 19 billion voices used his ruined mouth. "We have seen you coming." The Lex Ultima entered the warp. Vordrast Secundus turned beneath the Lex Ultima like a diseased organ suspended in the dark. Its atmosphere burned. Vast auroral scars spread across the upper reaches, where defense lasers, lance strikes, and ruptured reactor cores had poisoned the heavens. Storm fronts rolled over the continents in bruised spirals, their clouds lit from within by burning hive stacks and the continuous discharge of weapons too large to distinguish individual targets. The planet's night side glowed through the darkness, not with civilization, but with the open furnaces of a world consuming itself. Continent-spanning hives rose through the polluted cloud cover as broken mountain ranges of ferrocrete and steel. Some still displayed the regimented lumen patterns of imperial habitation. Others had become columns of fire. One hive had collapsed through its own foundations, leaving an impact crater hundreds of kilometers wide and a pall of ash dense enough to swallow neighboring cities. The void above Vordrast was worse. Orbital stations fired upon one another at ranges close enough for their shattered armor to mingle. Macro shells crossed the dark like incandescent comets. Defense monitors drifted out of formation, their hulls intact, but their crews fused into command thrones by pale masses of vascular cabling. Several vessels continued to transmit docking permissions through voices that had been dead for days. Refugee ships crowded every stable orbital corridor. Bulk haulers, pilgrim barges, navy tenders, mechanicus conveyors, and privately owned system craft fought for space around the orbital docks. Many carried tens of thousands beyond their sanctioned capacity. Men hung from exterior maintenance rails in void suits patched with sealant and prayer parchment. Cargo holds designed for munitions had been packed with civilians until suffocation turned them into layered masses of corpses pressed around the inner bulkheads. The fleet's arrival caused panic. Refugee captains altered course toward the custodian vessel. Navigation cogitators screamed collision warnings across the Lex Ultima's bridge. Smaller craft rammed one another in their haste, splitting hulls and venting atmosphere into the void. One transport struck the drive section of a wounded grain carrier. Both ships broke open. Thousands of bodies spilled between them, turning slowly through the dark amid broken decking and clouds of frozen blood. Some men still moved. Their hands opened and closed
as if they might seize the distant warship and pull themselves to safety. The Lex Ultima did not deviate. Gao stood within the strategium, his black auramite reflecting the corpse-lit world below. Tactical projections filled the chamber in overlapping strata. Each continent carried thousands of engagement markers. Each orbital track was dense with hostile runes, loyal runes, and uncertain runes that changed allegiance between updates. The war had already passed beyond mortal comprehension. 9 loyal army groups held fractured lines across the northern manufacturing belt. 3 had been cut off from supply. 1 no longer answered the planetary command network, although its artillery continued firing according to schedules issued before contact had been lost. Hive Carax had changed hands 4 times in a single rotation. Its lower levels belonged to weaponized labor guilds and corrupted servitor cohorts. Its middle reaches were contested by surviving planetary regiments. The upper spires were held by automated manufacturing armies whose machine logic had rewritten every human designation into categories of raw material. Billions fought below. Men died in avenues wide enough for Titan maniples. Whole regiments vanished when hab towers were dropped across their advance routes. Mortar craters filled with blood and became defensive trenches. Collapsed residential blocks were carved into ramparts, their walls reinforced with the crushed bodies of the inhabitants. The enemy did not bury its dead, it built with them. Lord Marshal Severin Cord appeared upon the central hololith. The projection rendered him in flickering blue. He wore battered carapace armor beneath a command mantle blackened by smoke. A bandage covered the left side of his head. Blood had dried beneath it and across his cheek, but his posture remained rigid. Behind him, officers moved through a subterranean command post. Servitors carried ammunition rather than data wafers. The ceiling shook with every distant impact. Dust fell across a shrine to the Emperor, where half the devotional candles had been extinguished by concussion. Cord saluted with a clenched fist over his chest. Lord Custodes, Vordrast Secundus remains loyal. Borsa Thirsk stood at the edge of the hololith. Parts of it do. The Marshal's jaw tightened. The planetary government has fallen. The upper command echelons are dead or compromised. I have assumed authority over surviving Imperial forces by emergency mandate. How many remain under your command? 640 million regular troops, perhaps twice that in militia, levy formations and armed labor cohorts. Exact numbers are impossible. Several hives have lost all contact with the strategium. How many are uninfected? Cord hesitated. We have screening rights. That was not an answer. We cannot know. Then do not present belief as fact. The Lord Marshal absorbed the rebuke without lowering his gaze. We expected reinforcements, battle groups, a relief army. At the least, confirmation that exterminatus protocols were under consideration. You will receive none of those. The command post behind Cord shook again. A lumen fixture tore free and struck an officer across the shoulders. Men dragged the wounded soldier away while the Marshal continued speaking. Then state your intent. Thirsk entered a sequence through the strategium's command throne. The planetary display altered. Military fronts vanished. In their place appeared symbols marking hospitals, mortuary halls, medici vaults, waste reclamation plants, and data nexuses. I require the location of every mass grave, Thirsk said. Every biological processing facility. Every hospital with more than 1,000 occupied beds. Every astropathic chamber, noospheric relay, and communications archive. Cord looked at the projection. You are ignoring the principal battle lines. The battle lines are not the objective. Those lines contain hundreds of millions of my soldiers. They contain expendable force. The Marshal's expression hardened. They contain servants of the throne. Those descriptions are not contradictory. Gao watched the mortal commander's hands close at his sides. The man wanted to protest. Discipline held him silent. Thirsk enlarged the location of Hive Carax.
Nihil Theta requires nervous tissue. It will seek places where the living are gathered, where the dead are stored, and where minds are connected to machinery. Your armies matter only where they deny it those resources. We are facing armored divisions, corrupted manufacturum engines, and mobs numbering in the hundreds of millions. You are facing symptoms. Cord stared back through the hololith. You speak as though the planet itself is already dead. It is not dead. It is contained. The words struck the Marshal harder than any accusation. Cord glanced towards someone beyond the projection. When he spoke again, some of the iron had left his voice. 2 billion civilians remain inside districts we believe uncontaminated. They have been gathered around polar launch fields and equatorial void ports. Give me evacuation corridors. Even a narrow route will allow us to move the children and the wounded first. No vessel will leave the atmosphere. The Marshal went still. We can screen them in orbit. No. Place your own warriors aboard the transports. No. Then send them to quarantine stations. No. Cord stepped closer to the hololithic emitter. Static passed through his projected face. Those are Imperial citizens. They are components of the containment perimeter. They are men. They are possible vessels. There are 2 billion of them. There need only be one. Silence filled the strategium. Beneath them, Vordrast burned. Cord's face became that of a commander, hearing the sentence of his world. Am I to tell them there will be no evacuation? You are to tell no one. Panic will increase enemy activity around the launch fields. Maintain the pretense of embarkation until I issue another order. The Marshal's lips parted. Gao expected anger. What emerged was exhaustion. They have been waiting for days. Then they are practiced in it. An alarm rune opened across the strategium. Hostile vessels altered course from the planet's night side. Defense monitors, system frigates, and 2 cruisers abandoned their engagements around the orbital docks and accelerated toward the Lex Ultima. Their reactor signatures climbed beyond sanctioned limits. The corrupted fleet attacked without challenge or identification. The first lance beam crossed 60,000 kilometers of void and struck the Lex Ultima's forward shields. Light consumed the strategium windows. Void shields flared around the vessel like a captive star. The impact traveled through the hull as a deep, resonant blow. Deck plating shifted beneath Gao's boots. Mortal ratings fell from their stations, blood running from ears and noses. Thirsk did not turn from Cord's projection. Transmit the requested locations. The Lord Marshal saluted again. This time, the gesture resembled an accusation. His image vanished. The void battle opened around them. The Lex Ultima's lance batteries answered. Spears of white fire crossed the darkness and entered the leading defense monitor through its prow. The vessel's void shields collapsed in cascading sheets of blue radiance. Armor layers vaporized. Internal decks opened one after another until the beam reached the reactor chambers. The monitor split along its spine. Its atmosphere ignited as it escaped. Tens of thousands of crewmen were expelled inside a storm of flame. Bodies burned for seconds in the oxygen cloud before the vacuum extinguished them, leaving blackened shapes tumbling among fragments of their ship. Macro cannon batteries fired from both fleets. Shells the size of hab blocks struck void shields with force sufficient to deform space around the impacts. One corrupted cruiser lost its entire portside armor belt. Kilometers of metal peeled away, exposing chambers, shrines, and crew decks to vacuum. Men poured from the breach in unbroken streams. The cruiser continued firing. Its command crew had been fused into their thrones. There was no one left capable of ordering retreat. A refugee vessel crossed the line of battle. It vanished beneath a macro shell intended for the Lex Ultima. The projectile passed through the transport without detonating. The ship opened from prow to stern, its population scattering across the void in a cloud so dense that the targeting augers briefly marked it as debris. The Shadowkeepers moved for the launch vaults. They did not seek to master the orbital war. A handful of custodians could not hold every dock, silence every corrupted battery, or save the millions dying between the fleets. They did not require dominion. They required a path. Ares gunships waited within armored cradles, their hulls black beneath restrained field light. Orion assault dropships stood behind them, broad and brutal, each capable of carrying custodians and their engines of war through defensive fire that would destroy lesser craft. Caladius grav tanks rested inside the Orions. Their anti-gravitic systems murmured beneath sculpted armor. Blaze cannons rotated through initiation rites, while servitors fastened the final seals around ammunition shrines. Cassian entered the lead Orion, with the black vexilla secured behind him. Euphrates followed in his Alarus plate. Morvain strode into the transport cradle, the deck groaning beneath the weight of his Contemptor chassis. Reel boarded beside Gao. The Castellan axe rested across his shoulder. "Ground resistance?" Reel asked. "More than 4 million within the primary landing district," Gao replied. "Armor?" "Confirmed." Reel looked toward the sealed assault ramp. "Then there may be enough of them to delay us." The launch vault opened to the void. Ares gunships plunged, first. Their engines ignited as they crossed the threshold, driving them toward Vordrast, in a formation loose enough to confound enemy targeting and precise enough to concentrate their fire upon a single corridor through the orbital defenses. The Orion craft followed. Corrupted stations fired down upon them. The first Ares rolled beneath a stream of defense laser fire and answered with its own heavy weapons. An orbital platform disappeared behind an expanding sphere of molten armor. Another gunship passed through the explosion, black wings wreathed in debris. Gao's transport entered the atmosphere. Fire spread across the hull. Cloud cover swallowed the fleet battle and replaced it with the burning world below. Hive towers rose through the storms, their upper spires crowned by weapons batteries and cathedral domes. Aircraft filled the air between them. Loyal interceptors fought corrupted squadrons at distances so close that burning wrecks struck the towers before they finished breaking apart. The Orion descended toward the parade grounds beneath Hive Carax. Enemy fire thickened. Autocannon rounds burst against the gunship's armor. Missiles crossed its path in clusters, some evaded by violent changes of course, others destroyed by defensive fire. Every impact traveled through the troop vault as a dull concussion. The custodians remained standing. A warning rune burned across Gao's display. A lance projector hidden inside a manufactorum spire fired. The beam struck the Orion's port engine. The gunship rolled. Harnesses snapped tight around the mortal pilots. One vanished from the command throne when the cockpit armor failed, his body pulled through a breach narrower than his shoulders. Blood and scraps of flight suits streaked across the canopy. The Orion sheared through the first hab tower. Ferrocrete exploded around it. Hundreds of occupied chambers opened to the air. Men, furniture, and devotional statuary fell through the burning wake. The second tower turned the craft further. The third tore away the damaged wing. The Orion descended sideways through the parade ground. It struck with enough force to crush thousands beneath its hull. Plasteel decking buckled. Restraint frames tore from the walls. The transport plowed through ranks of infected soldiers, grinding men beneath armor and dragging their bodies into a red furrow hundreds of meters long. It stopped inside a mountain of burning wreckage. For several heartbeats, the infected army did not advance. Nothing should have survived. The assault ramp blew outward. Gao emerged through flame. The first enemy was a planetary soldier whose face had been divided by surgical staples. His mouth opened across both cheeks. Wires ran from his teeth into the rifle fused with his arms. Gao fired once. The bolt entered the man's breastplate and detonated inside his chest. Armor fragments burst outward with ribs, heart tissue, and blackened sections of lung. The corpse struck 3 soldiers behind it and brought them down beneath a rain of blood. The Shadowkeepers followed. Guardian spears fired in measured cadence. Each mass-reactive round penetrated armor before detonation. Men burst from within. Torsos opened.
Helmets leapt from shoulders carrying fragments of skull. Limbs spun across the parade ground, trailing ropes of nerve and torn cloth. Reel reached the enemy battle tank before its turret completed rotation. His Castellan axe struck the glacis plate. The power field screamed. The blade passed through armor, crew compartment and engine housing in one descending stroke. The tank separated along its length. Crewmen spilled from the opening in pieces, their bodies cut as cleanly as the vehicle around them. Fuel ignited beneath the halves and threw burning organs across the advancing infantry. A mutant charged Gao. It had once been an Ogrin auxilia. Additional muscle had been stapled over its shoulders and chest until its proportions became grotesque. Its jaw hung beneath the sternum, rebuilt from a harvesting machine's intake blades. Gao allowed it to close. He caught it by the throat with one hand. The impact drove his boots into the ferrocrete. The mutant raised both fists. Gao turned and hurled it through a barricade. Ferrocrete ruptured. The Ogrin struck the second barrier head first. Its skull deformed but did not break. Gao seized it again. He smashed its face into the wall. Once. Bone cracked. Twice. The forehead collapsed. 3 times. The skull opened. Brain matter spread across the ferrocrete in a grey-red sheet. The body continued thrashing, so Gao drove his hand through the ruined cranium and crushed what remained. The battle line broke around them. Not from fear. The infected did not flee. They opened a path. Beyond the parade ground stood the brain spires. Thousands of living men had been stacked within frameworks of black metal. Their bodies formed columns reaching toward the smoke-hidden heights of the hive. Each skull had been cut open. Cranial plates hung from chains beside the faces they had once protected. Wet cables entered exposed brains and ran upward through every level of the towers. The captives were conscious. Their screams moved in patterns. When loyal armor advanced along the Western Avenue, the pitch rose. When an artillery battery changed targets, the lower ranks began shrieking in sequence. When the custodians emerged from the wrecked Orion, every voice fell silent. The corpses across the parade ground turned their heads toward Borsa Thirsk as he descended from an Ares gunship. Men without jaws spoke. Bodies without lungs spoke. Heads separated from torsos opened their mouths against the blood-wet ground. "We predicted your arrival," Nihil Theta said through 10,000 dead throats. Thirsk raised his guardian spear. The corpses smiled. "But we cannot predict which of you will strike first." The dead finished speaking, and Hive Carax opened its gates. Not ceremonial gates, not defense portals raised by sanctioned command. Whole sections of the hive's lower skin drew apart under the pressure of hidden machinery, peeling back kilometer-wide plates of ferrocrete and rusted adamantium. Habitation blocks shifted on ancient rails. Shrine towers cracked through their foundations. Statues of forgotten saints toppled into the avenues and burst among the corpses. Behind the moving walls waited millions. They descended from the hive in tides. Some wore the grey fatigues of planetary defense regiments, their rifles fused into their forearms by cords of pallid tissue. Others came in labor smocks and pressure robes, gripping industrial hammers, cutting torches, lengths of pipe and sharpened tools. Thousands carried no weapons except the severed limbs of those who had fallen before them. Men swung femurs like clubs. Others dragged corpses by the ankles, using shattered skulls as bludgeons. They filled every avenue. They climbed over barricades made from their own dead. They crawled down the flanks of habitation stacks, using fingers worn to bone. Men fell from the higher levels in continuous rain, striking the ground hard enough to rupture, only for those behind them to descend across the broken bodies. Borsa Thirsk watched the multitude advance. The black plate of the Shadowkeepers stood stark against the burning parade ground. Fire moved across the gold worked into their auramite. Around them, the dead infected twitched in heaps, mouths still shaping silent words. Cassian planted the black vexilla into fractured ferrocrete. Its point drove through a corpse beneath the surface.
Blood welled around the base of the standard. Thirsk raised his guardian spear. Dakatarai. The word crossed the custodian command lattice. It was not an order to form ranks. It was not a battle cry. It was the naming of a martial truth. Each warrior adjusted. Gao shifted his grip upon the spear. Reel lowered the head of his Castellan axe. Cassian stood beside the vexilla, with his blade angled across the avenue. Morvain drove the butt of his Achilles dreadspear into the ground and brought its immense blade level with the approaching horde. The first infected reached them. The Shadowkeepers moved. Gao's spear crossed from left to right. Its blade passed through 3 men at the waist. Bodies separated. Legs continued forward, while torsos collapsed, spilling loops of bowel across the road. Before the pieces touched the ground, Gao fired through the opening his strike had created. The mass-reactive bolt entered the packed ranks beyond. It detonated inside a soldier's chest. His rib cage became a storm of bone. Fragments punched through the faces around him. One man lost both eyes and most of his brow, yet remained upright, clawing toward Gao with red fingers protruding from the ruin of his skull. Gao drove the spear point through the man's mouth. The blade emerged beneath the rear of the cranium. He lifted the body, fired through it, and hurled the ruptured remains into the crowd. Reel's axe fell. The power field howled as the weapon struck the leading mass. Men did not merely break beneath it. The impact drove them into the ferrocrete. Armor, clothing, skin, and organs spread outward in compressed layers. Bodies became flattened sheets of red meat plastered to the avenue. Reel wrenched the axe free. A man clung to the blade, folded around it from shoulder to pelvis. His legs kicked weakly, while blood poured from his split torso. Reel struck again. The body tore apart and vanished beneath the descending edge. Morvain advanced through the center of the horde. His dreadspear punched through dozens at a time. Bodies accumulated along the blade until the weapon resembled a butcher's spit. He triggered the spear's internal systems. Light erupted along its length. Every impaled man burst. Steam, blood, and fragments of organs washed across the dreadnought's black armor. The infernus weapons beneath his fists ignited, pouring sheets of alchemical flame into the avenues. Men became burning silhouettes, fat liquefied under their skin. Eyes burst. Clothing fused into flesh. The horde continued advancing through the fire. Cassian held the vexilla with one hand and fought with the other. His guardian spear moved in economical strokes, each one ending a life. He did not pursue the wounded. He did not waste motion upon those already falling. His task was not slaughter for its own sake. His task was to keep the standard moving. The Shadowkeepers became an execution line. They did not hold their ground. They advanced. Every step took them deeper into Hive Carax. Every strike opened another pace of blood-slick road. The infected pressed so densely around them that corpses could not fall. The dead remained upright between the living until bolter detonations blew cavities through the mass. Gao saw no fear in the enemy. That made them simpler. Fear created hesitation. Hesitation created unmeasured possibilities. Nihil Theta had stripped both away. The infected came as a calculation expressed in flesh. Thirsk answered with individuals no machine could resolve into a single pattern. An enemy artillery barrage fell upon the western districts. Shells crossed the sky above the Hive's lower towers. Their passage sounded like mountains tearing through the clouds. Loyal regiments vanished behind columns of smoke. Whole avenues buckled. Hab blocks collapsed into one another, burying attackers and defenders beneath millions of tons of debris. The artillery nexus lay within a fortified manufactorum 6 levels above the custodian's advance. Thirsk marked it. Euphrates vanished. Teleportation light swallowed the Alarus custodian. His immense form became a black silhouette inside a sphere of white radiance, then ceased to exist. He returned to reality inside the enemy command chamber. The air split around his armor. Men screamed as pressure and displaced matter burst outward. One gun crewman was caught partly within the arrival field. His upper body exploded across the plotting shrine, while his legs remained standing for a moment beneath the table.
Euphrates emerged from the fading light already moving. The command officers died first. His ballistus grenade launcher fired once. The shell entered the chest of the senior artillery prefect and detonated among the men gathered behind him. The prefect's body became shrapnel. Vertebrae, teeth and fragments of augmetic ribbing tore through the command staff. One officer was thrown against the wall with another man's jaw embedded in his throat. Euphrates crossed the chamber. His Castellan axe removed the head of the surviving signal master. The blade continued through a cogitator bank and buried itself in the floor. Sparks and blood erupted together. Ammunition servitors turned their loaders toward him. Euphrates fired into their knee joints. Flesh and machinery burst beneath them. The servitors fell, spilling shells from mechanical cradles. He moved to the magazine controls. Every exit began to close. The infected gun crews understood too late. They ran for the doors. Men clawed at one another to reach the narrowing gaps. Limbs were caught between descending shutters and severed. Hands and forearms fell twitching to the floor. One crewman forced his head through a gap no wider than his shoulders. The door shut. His skull collapsed between the armored plates. Blood jetted across those trapped behind him. Euphrates activated the magazine's loading engines. Shells moved from storage racks into open feed channels. Propellant vaults unlocked. Warning klaxons began their mechanical lament. The infected attacked him with entrenching tools and sidearms. Rounds flattened against Alarus' plate. A blade broke upon his gorget. Euphrates killed the closest man by driving one gauntlet through his breastbone. His fingers closed around the spine. He lifted the crewman and used the body to hammer two others into an ammunition rack. Then the magazine detonated. The manufactorum's upper levels vanished. Fire consumed the chamber. Gun crews became red shadows inside the blast. Limbs and armor fragments struck the ceiling, then rained through the collapsing floors. Heads fell among burning cables. A torso landed upon an artillery loader and continued convulsing as the machine dragged it toward an empty breach. Euphrates walked through the inferno. His black armor glowed at the edges. Molten metal ran from his pauldrons. The fortress died around him. He returned no report. The silence on his icon was sufficient. Gao advanced beneath the wreckage of the artillery barrage when the super-heavy engine entered the avenue. It had once been a Stormhammer pattern vehicle. The machine still possessed the breadth and weapon mass of an Imperial siege tank, but Nihil Theta had grown flesh through every armored seam. Muscle bulged around the tracks. Veins as thick as conduit cables pulsed beneath plates of scarred metal. Human torsos had been grafted into the sponsons, their arms fused to ammunition feeds. The main weapon's autoloaders were formed from rows of limbs and naked spinal columns, each vertebra fitted into a moving chain of brass hooks. The engine's frontal armor opened like a mouth. Inside, crewmen had been compressed into a living command throne. Faces protruded from the flesh in uneven rows. Some screamed. Others whispered firing solutions through broken teeth. The main cannon turned toward the Shadowkeepers. Gao ran. The gun fired. The shell passed behind him and struck a habstack. The lower third of the structure ceased to exist. Millions of tons of habitation block dropped into the avenue, burying whole formations beneath collapsing ferrocrete. Gao reached the tank. A sponson cannon tracked him. Autocannon fire tore the road apart at his heels. He leapt onto the forward glacis and drove one boot into a mass of exposed muscle. The flesh contracted around his greave. He tore free and climbed. Men fused into the hull reached for him. Hands clawed at black auramite. A crewman's face opened along surgical seams and expelled a tendril tipped with grinding teeth. Gao caught it. He pulled. The tendril came free with part of the man's throat, tongue and lower jaw. Blood sprayed across the hull. The turret rotated beneath him. Gao drove his spear into the command deck. The blade punched through armor, muscle, and the packed bodies below. He fired. The first bolt detonated inside the crew cavity. The second entered through the same wound. Then the third. Then the fourth. Within the tank,
Compressed men burst against one another. Armor fragments shredded organs. Blood boiled around overloaded machinery. The vehicle's command deck became a sealed cauldron of flesh and superheated fluid. Gao tore his spear free. A blast of steam, blood, and liquid fat erupted from the opening. Chunks of cooked brain struck his armor. A face peeled from inside the compartment and slapped against his breastplate, its remaining eye still moving. The tank's engines screamed. Gao thrust into the turret ring and severed the mechanical spine controlling the vehicle. The super-heavy engine died. Its momentum carried it into a barricade crowded with infected infantry. Tracks climbed over bodies, crushing men into the road before the vehicle stopped. Behind the Shadowkeepers came the Vordrast 43rd Line Regiment. The mortal soldiers had been ordered to exploit the Custodian advance. They followed through streets carpeted with the dead, stepping over bodies torn apart by Guardian spears and flattened by Reel's axe. Their colonel, a scarred man named Orvan Bale, saw Cassian's vexilla through the smoke. The black banner rose above the fire. Around it walked figures from the oldest prayers of mankind. The guardsmen began to shout, not a tactical call, not a regimental cadence. "The Emperor walks." The words passed from company to company. Men who had spent weeks watching their world devour itself rose from cover. They advanced behind the Shadowkeepers with laser guns raised. Wounded soldiers limped after them. Standard bearers lifted banners blackened by smoke. Priests screamed benedictions until blood ran from their throats. They believed no projectile could strike them while the 10,000 stood before them. For several minutes, belief became courage. Then the plasma barrage arrived. The first bolt passed less than 10 meters from Cassian. It struck the regiment behind him. Blue-white fire expanded across the avenue. Men disappeared inside it. Bodies became incandescent outlines. Armor melted into chests. Bones shone through flesh before collapsing into ash. The second blast consumed an entire battalion. Thousands died without leaving corpses. Those at the edge of the impact survived for moments with their skin burned away, mouths opening in lipless screams. One soldier staggered forward carrying his own severed arm, unaware that both legs ended below the knee in blackened bone. The third bolt struck a tank column. Engines ruptured. Turrets tore free. Burning crewmen climbed from hatches and fell among ammunition cooking inside the wrecks. Cassian did not turn. The guardsman had revealed the firing angle. A hostile battery icon appeared upon the Custodian command lattice. Thirsk marked it for destruction. The mortals had served their function. Across Hive Karax, conventional Imperial maneuvers began to fail. Every infantry advance entered prepared lanes of fire. Every armored thrust found mines laid before the order to advance had been issued. Reserve formations moved toward breaches, only to discover that the enemy had already positioned artillery against their routes. Nihil Theta was learning. Each guardsman acted according to doctrine. Each officer obeyed a hierarchy. Each regiment moved as an organized body. The Pallid engine needed only to understand the pattern. Thirsk opened the Shadowkeeper command lattice. No shared vector, no common rhythm. Choose your paths. The custodians separated. Reel descended through a ruptured drainage gate and entered the hive's sewage arteries. He waded through black effluent deep enough to swallow mortal men. Bloated bodies floated around him. Pale things moved beneath the surface, drawn to the vibration of his steps. He killed them without slowing. His axe opened tunnels through iron grills, maintenance vaults, and the foundations of enemy bastions. Wherever resistance gathered above, Reel emerged beneath it, in a storm of broken flooring and severed bodies. Gao climbed. He scaled the exterior of a kilometer-high habitation structure, while enemy aircraft fought through the smoke around him. His fingers crushed handholds into ferrocrete. Gunfire sparked from his armor. Men leaned from windows and dropped explosives onto him. He continued upward. When he reached the command level, he entered through the wall. Euphrates teleported behind the primary enemy nexus. He did not choose the center of the chamber. He chose a narrow service shrine beneath its data vaults, a location no conventional commander would regard as an entry point. From there, he advanced upward, killing signal adepts and severing nospheric relays before the enemy understood he had arrived. The Shadowkeepers converged, not according to a plan Nihil Theta could predict, according to decisions made by minds shaped across centuries of solitary perfection. At the center of the command nexus, they found the Brain Priest. He had once been a senior member of the local machine cult. Most of his body had been removed. His remaining torso hung from chains above a pit of cooling fluid. The upper half of his skull stood open. Metal plates had been inserted vertically into the exposed cortex. Each plate bore engraved memories. Borsa Thirsk approached him. The priest's eyes moved. "My lord," he whispered. Thirsk took hold of the first plate. "Where is the primary construction site?" "I do not know." Thirsk pulled. The plate came free with a wet, tearing sound. The Brain Priest convulsed. Blood poured from the groove left in his cortex. His remaining teeth cracked together. "I do not know," he repeated.
Although terror had entered the words, Thirsk examined the plate. Images moved across its surface. A childhood beneath red forge light. The first replacement of flesh with blessed metal. A procession through the manufactorum cathedrals of Vordrust. He discarded it. The second plate emerged. The priest screamed. A prayer to the Omnissiah vanished from his memory as the metal left his brain. The third contained military deployments. The fourth held the faces of men the priest had condemned. The fifth carried the route to a sealed industrial complex beneath Hive Karax. Thirsk removed it slowly. The priest's scream became a bubbling whine. "Central furnaces," the Lockwarden said. The dying priest smiled through blood. Around them, the hive changed. Gunfire ceased. Artillery fell silent. Across thousands of levels, billions of infected stopped fighting. Every worker, soldier, servitor, and mutilated civilian turned toward the center of Hive Karax. Then they began to walk. They left trenches. They abandoned gun lines. They climbed from hospitals and manufactorums. Men with missing legs dragged themselves through the blood of the dead. Servitors tore free from their stations. Entire armies entered the avenues and moved toward the central furnaces. The screams from the brain spires rose in pitch. Thirsk watched the tide converge upon the heart of the hive. "He is killing them," Gao said. "No," Thirsk replied. Far below, the furnaces opened. "He is calculating." The basilica had lost its roof, its saints, and most of its congregation. Rain fell through the shattered vaulting in black, oily threads. It hissed against burning pews and ran in red streams across the cracked mosaics where the dead had been laid in rows. The altar had been split by artillery fire. One half remained upright beneath a headless image of the Emperor Ascendant. The other had collapsed into the crypt below, taking 300 wounded guardsmen with it. Their cries had stopped before the command council began. Borsa Thirsk stood where the nave met the transept, surrounded by hololithic representations of a dying world. Tactical light moved across his black auramite. Continents revolved beneath his gauntleted hands. Hive cities glowed like infected wounds. Army groups appeared as diminishing constellations of runes. Lord Marshal Severin Cord waited opposite him. The mortal commander had not slept. Blood had seeped through the bandage at his temple. Ash lay in the seams of his carapace armor. His command mantle had been cut short, where fire had taken the lower half, leaving the fabric blackened around the edge. Beside him stood Captain Acastian Vaughan of the Imperial Fists. The Space Marine's yellow plate was scarred by weeks of siege warfare. Enemy blood had dried in the joints of his gauntlets. The fist engraved upon one pauldron had been struck by a Lascanon blast and repaired with an unpainted plate of ceramite. He carried his helm beneath one arm, revealing a face as severe as the battlements his chapter revered. Senior officers of the Imperial Navy occupied one side of the ruined nave. Mechanicus representatives occupied the other, their crimson robes stirring in the rain, while mechadendrites clicked and tasted the air. Mortal aides remained farther back, close enough to hear and too frightened to move. They had all come to save what remained of Vordrast Secundus. Borsa allowed them to speak. A Navy admiral described refugee concentrations around the polar void fields. A Magos outlined the projected loss of manufacturum output if the orbital foundries were abandoned. Cord reported that 2 billion civilians remained gathered behind defensive cordons, supplied by failing water reclamation systems and protected by troops who had not eaten in 4 days. Captain Vaughan spoke last. The eastern launch fields remain defensible, he said. His voice carried through the basilica without assistance from its ruined acoustics. My warriors hold the main transit approaches. The enemy has not breached the inner walls. Yet, Cord added. Vaughan did not look at him. 8 heavy transports remain capable of atmospheric ascent. The Navy can establish a corridor. We can begin evacuation within the hour. Borsa waited. The rain struck his armor and became steam, where residual heat remained within the auramite. No one interrupted him. The evacuation debate ended when the Lex Ultima entered this system, the Lockwoodin said. The Admiral's expression tightened. With respect, Lord, no such judgment was communicated to us. It has now been communicated. Billions remain within the cordons. They remain within the containment perimeter. Cord stepped forward. You use that phrase as though it absolves you. Absolution is a concern for priests. It should concern every servant of the throne. It concerns those permitted the luxury of uncertainty. Captain Vaughan placed his helm upon a broken pew. The movement was deliberate, almost ceremonial. The Imperium does not preserve itself by discarding loyal populations without attempt at defense, he said. These citizens have held their world against corruption. They have fought beneath the Aquila. They have died invoking the Emperor's name. Borsa regarded him. The difference in their armor was more than color. Vaughan wore the marks of a warrior forged for war. Thirsk wore the black of a jailer whose battles had begun before most of the Imperium's enemies possessed names. Would you permit one citizen to leave? Borsa asked. One? One among the 2 billion. If he passed examination. There is no examination sufficient. Then devise one. You misunderstand the threat. Vaughan's gaze hardened. Enlighten me. Borsa altered the hololith. The world vanished. In its place appeared an enlarged representation of a human brain. Pale threads moved through the tissue, branching between the lobes in patterns finer than any vascular system. Mechanicus Cant passed through the adepts. Several recoiled from the projection, their mechadendrites folding close to their bodies. The planetary water network is compromised, Borsa said. Cord stared at the moving filaments. Our purification shrines remain functional. They purify poison, pathogens, and industrial corruption. They were not constructed to identify encoded neural matter. Amagos stepped closer. His face consisted of 3 brass lenses arranged around a grill of black iron. Clarification requested. Borsa expanded the projection further. The pale threads divided until each became smaller than a blood cell. Nihil Theta has seeded microscopic neural filaments through the drinking supplies. They have entered Medicae reservoirs, surgical fluids, nutrient vats, and reclamation cisterns. They attach to the nervous system without provoking immune response. Some grow, some remain dormant. The Magos emitted a short binharic burst of disbelief. Borsa turned his helm toward him. The sound ceased. Cord looked from the projection to the Lockwoodin. How many? Unknown. Can they be removed? Perhaps. Then quarantine them, screen the refugees, burn the compromised, and release those who remain clean. You continue to speak of clean and compromised as though the categories still exist. Vaughan's jaw tightened. You claim every citizen is infected. I claim every citizen may be. That is not the same. It is to a jailer.
Borsa closed the image. If one skull carries the mechanism by which the dark cells may be opened, would you release its owner because his devotion was sincere? Vaughn's expression did not change. No. If the mechanism could not be detected, the Imperial Fist remained silent. If it could pass through every auspex, every chirurgeon's rite, and every psychic examination. Still, Vaughn said nothing. Borsa inclined his head by the smallest degree. You understand. I understand the question. That is all I require. Cord walked to the hololithic projection of the planet. His hand passed through the lower levels of Hive Carax. What do you intend? To compel concentration. The planetary map changed again. Retreat routes appeared across the Manufactorum continents. Loyal army formations would abandon the northern bastions, the refinery belts, and the outer hive walls. They would withdraw along 3 principal transport corridors toward Hive Carax. Between those routes, wide avenues had been left unmarked. Cord saw the design before the Navy officers did. You are opening paths for the enemy. Yes. You expect the Pallid engine to pursue? It will interpret the retreats as a collapse in command discipline. It will move its surface forces through the unguarded corridors and concentrate them around Carax. The Lord Marshal enlarged the projected killing zone. Hundreds of millions of Imperial soldiers already occupied it. You are putting my armies inside the trap. They are the trap. The mortal officers fell silent. Even the rain seemed quieter. Cord's face lost what little color remained beneath the ash. You intend to sacrifice them. I intend to prevent dispersal. They are still fighting. They will continue to do so. They believe relief is coming. Then their belief will serve. Cord's hands closed into fists. Hundreds of millions. Fewer than the number the Pallid engine will kill if it escapes the planet. You do not know that. I know what it was built to do. The Lord Marshal turned toward Vaughn. For a moment, something passed between the mortal commander and the Space Marine. Not agreement, not trust. The shared recognition that the decision had already been made beyond their power to alter it. Captain Vaughn retrieved his helm. My warriors will hold the eastern corridor. They will withdraw with the others, Borsa said. Imperial fists do not abandon a defensible line. You will abandon this one. Vaughn sealed his helm into place. The lenses ignited red. Do not mistake obedience for agreement, Lockwoodin. I do not require agreement from a wall. The Imperial fist stood motionless for a heartbeat. Then he turned and left the basilica. The retreat began before the rain stopped. Across Vordrast, orders moved through Vox towers, signal shrines and command bunkers, whose walls shook under bombardment. Regiments abandoned fortifications they had held for weeks. Artillery crews spiked guns too damaged to move. Engine seers burned machine codes from immobilized tanks before demolition charges destroyed the engine shrines. The Pallid engine watched. Loyal formations withdrew toward Hive Carax. The enemy followed. Millions emerged from Manufactorum warrens and collapsed habitation sectors. Servitors tore themselves from workstations. Labor guilds left assembly lines carrying cutting torches and chain-driven tools. Converted regiments marched in disciplined blocks behind banners stitched from human skin. The open corridors filled. Then the armies of Vordrast turned and fought. The first artillery exchange began before dawn and continued beyond the following night. Gun lines stretched for hundreds of kilometers. Basilisks, medusas, and ancient siege pieces fired until their barrels glowed orange. Crews poured coolant across the weapons. The liquid flashed into steam. When the barrels warped, men continued loading them until shells detonated within the breaches and turned whole batteries into fields of burning wreckage. Tank formations advanced beneath the barrage. Lehman Russ companies rolled wheel to wheel across plains churned into red mud. Baneblades pushed through ruined Hab districts with shrine banners burning from their command towers. Super heavy shells crossed the battlefield and struck enemy formations with force sufficient to hurl bodies above the smoke.
The horizon disappeared behind armor. Above it, the sky filled with aircraft. Thunderbolts and lightnings fought corrupted interceptors among clouds of ash. Gunships burned across the upper atmosphere. Some fell intact enough for their crews to scream over open Vox channels until impact. Others came apart in the air, scattering wings, engines, and men through the smoke. The wreckage grew so dense that daylight became a dirty red glow. Legio Ignatum marched within it. God engines strode through burning cities, every step crushing buildings and bodies into the foundations. Their war horns sounded across the continent like the judgment of an angry god. Plasma annihilators turned enemy armor columns into rivers of molten metal. Volcano cannon fire punched through hive walls and left tunnels of incandescent glass. The corrupted titans came to meet them. Their carapaces had split under the pressure of flesh growing from within. Human faces covered their leg armor. Weapon princeps hung inside transparent sacks where command thrones had once stood. Their screams were amplified through war horns until the sound ruptured windows kilometers away. A traitor warlord fired. The blast struck an Ignatum Reaver through the chest. Void shields collapsed in concentric storms of blue light. Armor vaporized. The Titan's reactor containment ruptured. For several seconds, the machine remained standing, its upper body filled with a sun. Then it detonated. The explosion swallowed armies from both sides. Tanks flipped through the air. Infantry became shadows across the ground. The Reaver's head landed 10 kilometers away, crushing a field hospital beneath the grinning face of the Omnissiah. Nihil Theta released the flesh machines. They rose from behind the enemy lines in shrieking swarms. Human torsos had been packed around anti-gravitic cores. Arms and legs hung beneath them in clusters, twitching as the machines flew. Skulls opened and closed along their sides, chanting targeting solutions in overlapping voices. The first swarm descended upon an armored regiment. Lasfire cut dozens apart. Their bodies burst in the air, raining blood and organs across the tanks below. The rest reached the formation. They struck turret rings, engine housings, and command hatches. The anti-gravitic cores inverted at impact. Tanks lifted from the ground. Some rose only meters before being smashed down hard enough to crush their suspensions. Others were hurled into neighboring vehicles. One Lehman Russ rotated through the air and landed upside down upon its infantry escort, pulping hundreds beneath its hull. The airborne mines screamed as they died. Not in pain, in calculation. Tracked flesh engines followed. They were vast things, broader than super-heavy tanks, their forward armor replaced by harvesting blades. They drove through their own infantry without slowing. Bodies entered the intake mechanisms and emerged at the rear as stripped bone, minced tissue, and pale slurry. Vats along the machine's back swelled. New soldiers climbed from them. They had no skin. Their muscles glistened in the ash-filled air. Rifles had been grown into their arms. Some crawled because the vats had not finished forming their legs before the engines expelled them. They entered battle-dripping birth fluid and fragments of other men. The loyal line held for 6 hours. Then the eastern corridor failed. Not gradually, not through retreat. The defenders ceased transmitting within the same minute. Millions of infected poured through the breach. They climbed over tanks, trenches, and artillery positions. Guardsmen fired until their lasgun capacitors ran dry, then fought with bayonets, entrenching tools, and broken weapons. The infected entered the loyal formations. The battle ceased to possess a front. Cord's voice entered the Shadowkeeper command lattice. The eastern line is penetrated. Reserve armies are committed. Borsa stood within the strategium of the Lex Ultima, watching the battlefield through orbital augers. Maintain the concentration. We cannot. They are among us. Then hold them there. My soldiers are being overrun. They are preventing dispersal. They are dying. That was always the requirement. Cord's voice broke through static and artillery thunder. The line still exists. Give me another hour. Borsa opened the fleet command channel. "Commence orbital purgation." The Navy Admiral answered at once. "Lord, friendly formations remain inside the target region. All formations are within the target region. There are hundreds of millions of Imperial troops below. Fire." Cord heard the order. "No." The word came softly, then louder. "No, they are holding. By the throne, they are still holding." Borsa regarded the world beneath him. "Your armies have completed their duty." The first lance descended. It crossed the atmosphere as a white wound. The strike touched the battlefield and turned 100 kilometers of war into light. Tanks vanished. Men became vapor. Fortifications left only geometric shadows burned into molten earth. A second lance fell, then a third. The fleet fired in sequence. Continents burned beneath the bombardment. Macro shells struck with the force of artificial meteors. Entire formations disappeared inside expanding walls of fire. Plasma blooms spread across the killing zone, blue, white, and absolute. Men beyond the center of the strike survived for seconds. Thermal shock stripped skin from their bodies. They staggered through the fire as red anatomical shapes, muscles exposed, eyes boiled white within their sockets. Some raised rifles with hands that no longer possessed fingers. Others knelt and attempted to pray while their tongues cooked inside lipless mouths. Then they fell. The surviving Titans died last. Void shields flared beneath the orbital barrage. Legio Ignatum engines continued firing as lances tore through their carapaces. One warlord sank to its knees, its cathedral towers burning, before a macro shell entered through the head and blew the command deck across the horizon. The killing zone became a crematorium visible from orbit. The infected armies vanished. The loyal armies vanished with them. Hundreds of millions of men died within minutes. Silence followed. Not true silence. The planet still burned. Vox channels still carried the screams of those outside the primary strike zones. Ammunition magazines continued to detonate beneath the ash. But the battle was over. The trap had closed. Borsa watched the tactical display clear. Enemy signatures fell by the million. The pallid engine's surface strength had been annihilated. Then the brain spires began to sing. Their voices reached the Lex Ultima through every available channel. The screams from Hive Carax rose into a single mathematical note. It passed through the ship's hull, through the command throne, and through the bones of every mortal on the bridge. A column of pale light erupted from the hive. It was not plasma. It was not a lance. It carried no measurable heat. The light passed through the atmosphere and struck an orbital Mechanicus arc drifting above the night side. The vessel's noospheric signature changed at once. Thousands of dormant systems awakened, engines ignited, docking clamps opened. Borsa saw the pattern, the retreat, the pursuit, the concentration, the extermination. Every death had been a pulse of information. Every moment of terror had supplied another fragment of prediction. The agony of hundreds of millions had completed a calculation too vast for the living brain spires alone. Nihil Theta had not been trapped. It had arranged the sacrifice. Gao stood beside the Lockwarden as the Mechanicus arc turned away from Vordrast. "It required the dead," he said. Borsa watched the pale light narrow into a thread between the hive and the escaping vessel. "No," the Lockwarden replied. For the first time since entering the system, anger entered his voice. "It required us to kill them." Hive Carax screamed beneath the bombardment. The sound rose through emergency Vox channels, cracked lumen systems, and the open throats of those buried beneath the dead. It followed the Shadowkeepers down into the foundations, becoming thinner with each descending level until it resembled wind passing through the teeth of a skull. Borsa Thirsk led the descent. The access shaft had once carried freight elevators between the hive's principal manufactorum zones. The platforms were gone. Their chains hung into the darkness, black with oil and clotted blood. Thousands of laborers had thrown themselves into the shaft during the first days of the corruption. Their bodies filled its lowest reaches, compressed into a column of flesh beneath the weight of those who had followed. The Shadowkeepers descended along the walls. Black auramite moved through the red glow of failing warning lumens. Gao drove the fingers of one gauntlet into the ferrocrete and lowered himself beside the shaft. Reel followed with his Castellan axe locked across his back. Euphrates descended without touching the wall, his Alarus plate controlled by short bursts from maneuvering thrusters. Cassian carried the black vexilla one-handed, the point scraping sparks from the stone. Morvain came last. The Contemptor Achilles did not climb. He stepped from the edge. The dreadnought fell through the darkness and struck the corpse mass below with the force of artillery. Bodies burst beneath him. Blood and liquefied organs erupted up the shaft in a hot column. The shock traveled through the surrounding walls, dislodging machinery and fragments of bone from ledges above. Morvain rose from the crater he had made. Men remained trapped beneath his feet. Some were still alive. Arms reached from beneath the bodies, fingers clawing against his greaves. The dreadnought advanced, crushing skulls and rib cages into the compacted meat. The Shadowkeepers reached the lowest platform. Lord Marshal Cord had provided 3 companies of surviving Vordrast infantry to guide them through the foundations. Fewer than 400 men remained by the time they reached the shaft. They wore rebreathers beneath battered helmets, though the filters had ceased removing the smell many levels above. Blood, waste, burned flesh, the sweet chemical odor of opened brains. The mortal soldiers did not speak. Their officers had tried to maintain formation during the descent, but discipline deteriorated as the walls began to pulse around them. Several guardsmen prayed into their rebreathers. Others stared at the black-armored giants ahead and walked because stopping would have meant being left alone. The first factory level remained operational. Production lines crossed the chamber from wall to wall. Conveyor belts carried bodies beneath arrays of cutting machinery. The dead arrived clothed and left as separated components. Rotary blades opened torsos. Mechanical arms removed organs and placed them into labeled vessels. Bone saws divided skulls along precise lines. Hooked manipulators drew spinal columns from opened backs, pulling them free with ropes of nerve tissue still attached. Some of the bodies moved. A man without a lower jaw thrashed against the clamps, while machinery removed his eyes. Another raised his head after the saw had opened his skull. His exposed brain pulsed beneath the factory lumens as a metal probe descended into it. The probe began extracting memories. His scream entered the machinery. The production lines altered speed. "Do not interrupt the process," Thirsk said. A Vordrast officer turned toward him. "They are alive. They are components. They are our people. They are already his." The officer stared at the conveyor. One of the captives recognized his uniform and reached toward him. The man's fingers had been stripped of skin. Tendons flexed openly as he dragged himself against the restraints. "Captain," he tried to say. Only blood emerged. The conveyor carried him beneath a cutting arch. His spine came free in one glistening length. The machine lifted it above the belt and fed it into a braiding mechanism. 2 other spinal columns entered beside it. Rotating clamps twisted them together, weaving bone, nerve, and silver cable into a transmission conduit. The captain lowered his weapon. Thirsk did not look back. The Shadowkeepers continued. They passed through levels where skulls were stacked in walls, each one filled with coolant and pierced by data needles. They crossed a bridge above vats of neural slurry in which men floated without skin. Their bodies had been emptied of organs and filled with conductive fluid, yet their eyes still followed the custodians along the gantry. Nihil Theta had not built a fortress. It had built anatomy. Hive Carax had become the body of the pallid engine. Its ventilation arteries carried breath. Its conduits carried impulses. Its furnaces burned with the chemical heat of digestion. Every factory level performed the function of an organ inside a creature too large to perceive itself as alive. The deeper they went,
The fewer machines remained recognizably imperial. Cogitators had grown lobes of grey tissue. Servitor cradles opened and closed like mouths. Data cables twitched beneath their insulation. The walls contracted around passing soldiers, shedding condensation that smelled of cerebrospinal fluid. Gau's helm display registered no stable architecture. Passages moved after they crossed them. Doors opened into chambers that had not existed moments earlier. Nihil Theta was attempting to rearrange the hive around their advance. It failed to predict the Shadowkeepers' individual routes. Thirsk changed direction without warning. Gau took a maintenance artery above him. Reel broke through a load-bearing wall rather than use the available passage. Euphrates disappeared from the command lattice and returned 3 chambers ahead after a brief teleportation jump. The pallid engine could calculate formations. It could not calculate 5 perfected minds, choosing 5 separate solutions. The last gate stood behind a curtain of spinal cords. Thousands hung from the ceiling, their severed lower ends trailing across the floor. They flexed when the custodians approached. Nerve impulses moved through them as pulses of pale light. Morvain burned them aside. His infernus weapons breathed. The spinal cords blackened, coiled and burst. Fluid hissed across the floor. The dull smell became thick enough to penetrate damaged rebreathers. Several guardsmen vomited inside their masks. Beyond the curtain waited the cathedral. The chamber extended farther than Gau's augurs could map. Its walls curved upward into darkness, every surface covered by transparent reliquaries. Millions of brains floated behind crystal. Some were human. Others possessed shapes no sanctioned chirurgeon would recognize. Eyes had been preserved with many of them. They turned as the Shadowkeepers entered. Bundles of nerves hung from the heights like devotional banners. Electrical impulses moved through them in shifting colors. Where an imperial temple might have displayed saints and martyrs, the pallid engine displayed memory stripped from identity. The floor moved beneath Gau's boots. He looked down. Thousands of living men had been surgically fused together face down. Their backs formed the surface of the nave. Skin had been stitched into a continuous sheet. Limbs were buried beneath it, tangled with those of neighboring bodies. Respirator tubes entered the base of each skull, keeping the men alive while their nervous systems carried data through the cathedral. Every custodian step broke bodies. Ribs collapsed beneath auramite. Vertebrae cracked. Mouths opened against the floor, releasing muffled cries into the meat surrounding them. The guardsmen hesitated. Thirsk continued walking. "Forward," their captain ordered. The mortals obeyed. Boots sank into living flesh. Men beneath them convulsed. Blood welled from old sutures and pooled around the soldiers' souls. The brains in the walls began to pulse. A voice spoke from every reliquary. "Jailer!" The word reached them at slightly different speeds. Some mouths formed it ahead of the sound. Others followed after. The resulting echo repeated through the chamber until the syllables became pressure inside the skull. The floor opened. Bodies tore apart along a seam running through the center of the nave. Men fused into the surface, split from groin to sternum. Organs spilled into the widening gap. Machinery rose from beneath them. Industrial pistons formed legs. Tank armor folded around a torso, built from hundreds of intertwined men. Arms emerged from clusters of mechanical loaders. Each hand possessed too many fingers, some human and some constructed from surgical blades. The head had no face. It possessed mouths. Hundreds covered its front, its shoulders, and the interior of an opening ribcage. Male lips moved in uneven sequence. "You gave us the dead." The statement struck the mortal soldiers. One guardsman dropped his rifle and clutched his helmet. Another tore away his rebreather, screaming as blood ran from his nose. The echo entered through the ears and bypassed thought. Men began clawing at their faces. A soldier hooked both fingers beneath his eyelids. He pulled. One eye tore free first. The optic nerve stretched across his cheek before breaking. He reached for the second, while laughing through clenched teeth. The infection moved along the line. Guardsmen raised knives to their own faces. Others struck their heads against one another, trying to silence the voices inside them. The captain shouted for discipline, but his command became a wet stutter as his tongue swelled between his teeth. Thirsk watched them for less than a heartbeat. "Kill every mortal." Reel moved first. His Castellan axe crossed the nearest rank. 7 guardsmen died in the stroke. The power field divided armor, flesh and bone without slowing. Upper bodies slid from legs. Intestines fell in steaming loops across the living floor. The survivors turned their rifles. Some aimed at the emissary, some aimed at the custodians, most aimed at nothing. Reel killed them all. He drove the axe downward into a kneeling soldier and split the man from shoulder to pelvis. He reversed the blade and removed 3 heads. A guardsman fired point-blank into his breastplate. Last bolts scorched the black auramite. Reel seized him by the skull. His gauntlet closed. Bone broke beneath the fingers. The man's face collapsed inward. Blood and brain matter squeezed through Reel's fist before he discarded the corpse. Gao saw the captain standing among the slaughter. The officer had not attacked. He had not clawed at his eyes. He remained at attention, rifle lowered, his expression controlled. Then he blinked. The right eye closed before the left. A delay of less than a heartbeat. Gao fired. The bolt entered the captain's forehead and detonated inside the skull. His face blew outward in fragments. Jaw, teeth, and the front of the brain struck the soldiers behind him. The captain fell. No second symptom ever appeared. None was required. The emissary advanced. Morvain met it. The contemptor Achilles charged across the living floor, each step crushing men beneath the stitched skin. His dread spear struck the creature beneath its opening ribcage. The blade passed through armor, bodies, and machinery. Morvain drove it deeper. The emissary seized the haft with 6 hands. Human fingers tore loose beneath the weapon's power field. New hands grew from the wrists before the severed ones struck the floor. Morvain fired the dread spear at point-blank range. Light erupted through the creature. Its abdomen exploded. Tank plating burst outward. Industrial pistons tore from their mountings. Burning organs struck Morvain's armor with enough force to ring against the sarcophagus. A mass of intestines wrapped around his helm. Half a human torso landed upon one shoulder, its mouth opening and closing beside the dreadnought's optic. Morvain pulled the spear free. The emissary divided. Its upper body tore into 4 sections. Each struck the floor and began crawling. Severed arms sprouted mouths from their wounds. Hands grew eyes between the knuckles. A length of intestine coiled around a machine piston and formed a spine. Fragments scattered toward the reliquaries. Euphrates intercepted the first. His ballistus grenade struck it in the center. The creature burst across the crystal wall. Teeth and eyes slid down the transparent surface, while the brains behind it pulsed faster. Gao met the second. He severed 3 limbs with his guardian spear. Each continued crawling. One developed rows of teeth along its severed end and launched itself at him. He caught it upon the blade and fired. The bolt blast reduced it to burning shreds. Euphrates stepped behind him. Their backs met for an instant. Neither spoke. Gao thrust to the left as Euphrates turned right. The Alarus custodian's axe split a crawling torso. Gao fired through the opening. Their weapons crossed, separated, and struck again. One fragment reached the wall. It extended fingers toward a reliquary. Euphrates removed the arm. Gao crushed the fragment beneath his heel. The cathedral convulsed. Every brain screamed through the walls. A tendril emerged from the floor. It was narrower than wire and moved too quickly for Gao's auto-senses to predict. Its monomolecular edge entered beneath his left pauldron. It crossed his chest. The filament cut through armor seals, muscle, and the upper lobe of his lung. It emerged through his back, trailing blood and a pale section of breathing tissue. Pain entered him as information. He seized the tendril with both hands. Its edge cut through his gauntlet lining and opened his palm to the bone. Gao pulled until the filament snapped. The severed end withdrew through his chest, dragging more lung tissue into the wound. Blood filled his body glove. His armor registered pressure loss, organ trauma, and declining oxygen exchange. Warning runes crowded his vision. Gao blinked them away. He sealed the damaged plate manually. Internal systems flooded the wound with coagulant foam. One lung continued working. That was enough. He advanced. At the cathedral's center, Nihil Theta waited. The apparent core hung above a pool of liquefied neural matter. It resembled a black coffin formed from intersecting planes, each surface reflecting a different version of the chamber. In one, the Shadowkeepers had not arrived. In another, they lay dead beneath the emissary. In a third, the coffin stood open and the cathedral was empty. Thirsk approached it alone. Neural fluid rose from the pool in grasping shapes. Faces formed within it. Malin, Vey, Damocrin, the dead of Vordrast, men killed beneath the orbital lances. Thirsk cast the auric shackles. The golden links encircled the coffin. The reflected possibilities collapsed. The black polyhedron became one object in one location. Reel reached the supporting machinery. His axe fell into conduits braided from spinal columns and copper. Each blow severed another connection. The cathedral shook. Brains burst inside their reliquaries. Glass cracked, releasing torrents of preservative fluid and grey tissue across the walls. The coffin descended. Thirsk caught it. The auric shackles tightened. For the first time, the cathedral became silent. Gao stood beside the Lockwarden, blood running inside his armor. "Contained," he said. Thirsk regarded the coffin. "No." He opened it. Inside lay a dead servitor. The body had been folded until it fit within the polyhedron. Its limbs were broken around its torso. The skull had been emptied. A single cable entered through the mouth and emerged from the back of the head. No intelligence remained. No prisoner. Only a message carved into the servitor's exposed ribs. "Look above." Thirsk turned his helm toward the distant heavens. The pale column had already reached the Mechanicus arc. The cathedral was not a sanctuary. It was a transmitter. Every brain, every execution, and every scream had served to encode the pallid engine's consciousness into the light rising from Hive Carax. Nihil Theta had left the planet. Again. Thirsk closed the empty coffin. "Prepare demolition." Gao looked toward the surviving hive levels above them. His helm still registered loyal military signals, wounded formations, Medici bunkers, civilian concentrations that had not joined the march toward the furnaces. Millions remain alive. They remain exposed. The Ark is gone. The infection is not. Charges were placed along the primary support columns beneath Hive Carax. Custodian demolition servitors moved through the factory levels, embedding cyclonic penetrators and gravitic inversion devices inside the ancient foundations. The Shadowkeepers withdrew along the central shaft, while the Hive's emergency vox filled with pleas. Men begged for extraction. Officers reported intact defensive zones. Medici personnel described wards filled with wounded soldiers and children. Priests recited the names of saints. Thirsk listened to none of them. The Shadowkeepers reached the surface. Behind them, the charges fired. The foundations of Hive Carax vanished. Hundreds of levels dropped into one another. Habitation towers sank through the earth. Manufactorums collapsed upon hospitals. Cathedrals, barracks, refugees, and command bunkers disappeared beneath mountains of ferrocrete. Millions died in darkness. The emergency vox continued transmitting as the hive fell. Screams lasted longer than the structures producing them. Then the channels broke apart into static. Borsa Thirsk turned toward the sky, where the Mechanicus arc burned its engines toward the edge of the system. "Recall the gunships," he said. Behind him, Hive Carax continued to collapse long after there was nothing left alive beneath it to kill. The orbital arc had not escaped. It had risen. Hive Carax collapsed behind the Shadowkeepers in a continent-shaking cataract of ferrocrete, steel, and pulverized human remains. But the Mechanicus vessel above continued to draw matter from the dying world.
What had first appeared to be a column of pallid radiance became visible through the ash as something older and more substantial. A space elevator anchored beyond the western horizon, its core hidden beneath manufacturum strata and its upper terminus locked into the ark's ventral spine. The structure climbed through the atmosphere like a spear aimed at the void. Cargo platforms ascended along its central shaft in an unbroken procession. Some bore cogitator vaults and stolen forge machinery. Others carried tanks of neural slurry, caskets filled with harvested brains, and labor transports packed so densely that the converted workers could not move their arms. Millions of men stood within those rising chambers, shoulder pressed to shoulder, their skulls linked by wet cables that ran into the decks. They did not struggle. They looked upward. The greater part of the elevator's mass lay beyond the atmosphere, a tower of adamantium, plasteel, and gravitic machinery long enough to bridge the gulf between world and orbit. Destroying it would not simply sever the pallid engine's route of ascent. The falling structure would strike Vordrast with the force of an artificial moon fragment. Cities remained beneath it. Refugee encampments sprawled across the western continent. Army groups still held defensive zones beyond the ruins of Karax. Billions of men waited in districts Borsa Thirsk had already forbidden from receiving evacuation. The Lockwarden viewed the orbital schematic within the command vault of an Ares gunship. The world turned beneath him, covered in dead military ruins and expanding zones of ash. Gao stood to his right. Coagulant foam filled the wound beneath his pauldron. Blood had hardened between the plates of his black auramite. His left lung remained partly collapsed, and his armor's chirurgeon systems continued to feed stimulants into his veins. A mortal would have been unconscious, and Astartes might have been withdrawn for treatment. Gao watched the elevator rise. "The lower anchor is protected by 3 enemy Titan maniples," he said. "4," Thirsk replied. "The eastern formation has concealed itself beneath the refinery districts. The structure can be severed from orbit. It contains secondary fragments. The Ark carries the principal intelligence. We will not assume principal means singular." Thirsk enlarged the ascending command platform. It moved along the elevator's outer spine, climbing faster than the cargo modules around it. Shielded vaults occupied its center. Noospheric traffic pulsed from them in complex bursts, each signal divided across thousands of lesser machines. "Data remains there," the Lockwarden said. "The platform will be taken before the tether is destroyed." Gao looked toward the projected impact zone. It spread across much of the western continent. "The fall will kill those beneath it. They are already within the prison." Thirsk opened the strategic command lattice. "Sever the ladder." Legio Ignatum advanced upon the planetary anchor. The surviving Titans emerged through the ash storms east of the elevator's foundation, their silhouettes immense enough to resemble moving mountains. War horns sounded across the plains. The blasts rolled over ruined manufacturums and reached refugee districts hundreds of kilometers away, where men looked toward the horizon and mistook the sound for deliverance. The god engines walked beneath banners scorched by orbital fire. A warlord strode at the center of the formation, its armor colored in the fire-marked heraldry of the fire wasps. Cathedral towers rose from its back. Tech priests chanted within the sanctified galleries, while gun crews hauled shells through chambers larger than palaces. Its princeps lay within an amniotic tank deep inside the armored head. Through the manifold, he felt the Titan's feet crush wreckage and corpses beneath them. He felt the ash scrape across its void shields. He felt the enemy waiting around the anchor, like infection around a wound. The corrupted Titans fired first. A weapon fused into the torso of a mutilated Reaver discharged a beam of black-red force. Its gun housing consisted of layered armor around a chamber filled with living crewmen. Every time the weapon fired, the men inside it burned. Their pain became ignition.
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support helps.
The blast struck the loyal warlord's void shields.
Light spread across the barrier in rippling circles. Inside the manifold, the princeps screamed with the weapon's victims. Nihil Theta drove their agony through the attack, allowing the contaminated signal to travel along the energy discharge and enter the Titan's command communion. For one heartbeat, the princeps felt hundreds of men being cooked alive. He tasted their tongues bursting. He felt their eyes harden in their sockets. His Titan stumbled. The Moderati dragged him back from the alien sensation with hymns, pain stims, and bursts of cleansing Binharik. The warlord steadied. Its plasma annihilator fired. A sun came into existence upon the plain. The corrupted Reaver's shields vanished. Armor turned white, then liquid. The Titan remained visible for an instant as a black skeleton within the blast, before its upper body collapsed into a lake of molten steel. Infected infantry surrounded the god engines in numbers beyond counting. Legio Ignatum burned them. Plasma fire swept across the plains and transformed armies into fields of incandescent bones. Men vanished around their rifles. Tank hulls sagged. Flesh machines burst and spread burning organs across the ash. Still the enemy came. The Caladius grav tanks entered battle beneath the Titan's guns. Their black hulls raced over ground churned by weeks of war. Anti-gravitic engines lifted them above trenches clogged with bodies. They did not crush the dead beneath tracks, yet the pressure of their passage pulped corpses against the trench walls. Limbs tore loose. Ruptured skulls emptied into the mud. The living trapped among them died with blood forced from every opening. Enemy armor advanced from the anchor complexes. The lead Caladius fired. Its accelerator weapon punched through the forward plate of a corrupted super-heavy tank, passed through the living crew packed inside, and emerged from the engine housing in a cone of molten armor. The vehicle continued rolling until its internal ammunition ignited. The explosion lifted its turret into the air. The armored mass came down among the infantry, flattening men beneath it. Those outside the impact zone were struck by fragments of their own comrades, bones driven through flesh with the speed of shrapnel. The custodian tanks did not slow. Their fire opened a precise path through the enemy formations, not a broad conquest of the battlefield. Each destroyed target existed only because it obstructed the route to the anchor. Above them, the Virtus Praetors climbed the ladder. Dawn Eagle jet bikes howled along the exterior maintenance causeways, their engines bright against the ash. The riders drove upward at angles that would have killed mortal pilots, racing across support struts, while Vordrast curved away beneath them. Defense guns rotated from recessed housings. The Praetors split apart before they fired. One jet bike rolled beneath an autocannon burst and passed so close to the elevator's surface that sparks streamed from its flank. Its rider lowered an interceptor lance. The weapon entered the gun housing, impaled 3 crewmen behind it, and tore the entire emplacement from the wall. Men fell away from the structure. At that altitude, gravity still claimed them. They tumbled toward the burning continent, arms and legs turning slowly through the air. Higher above, other bodies drifted outward instead. The elevator's changing gravitic fields caught them and held them around the structure in a widening halo of corpses. Airborne flesh constructs attacked in swarms. They possessed wings made from stretched skin and turbine assemblies grafted into open torsos. Some ended in human hands that grasped at the jet bikes. Others carried clusters of heads within transparent sacs, every mouth calling out a different range and velocity. The Praetors struck through them. Interceptor lances pierced bodies and machine cores together. Riders accelerated with their prey still impaled, then cast the wreckage into the void. One construct wrapped itself around a Dawn Eagle's engine and began pushing tendrils through the armor. The custodian rider turned directly into a support pylon. The impact destroyed the creature. He emerged through the spray of flesh and broken machinery without reducing speed. Then the neural storm descended. It came from vents lining the elevator's upper spine. Clouds rolled across the causeways, pink and red beneath the warning lumens. They resembled vapor, until the first droplets struck custodian armor. Gao's auto-senses identified blood, cerebral tissue, conductive metals, fragments of human memory. The storm had been created from atomized brains. Every particle carried a portion of hostile patterning. Every droplet that touched a sensor array attempted to enter the machine's spirit through the act of being measured. Warning runes multiplied across Gao's vision. False targets appeared on the gantry. Dead custodians stood between the struts. The voice of Malin Kyrus whispered through his helm. "Turn back." Gao shut down his tactical overlays. Prey sight vanished. Range markers disappeared. The command lattice fell silent. He reduced his armor to the systems required to keep him breathing and standing. The world returned to direct sight. Black metal, red emergency lumens, clouds of blood, and the distant curvature of Vordrast. Around him, the other Shadowkeepers did the same. They fought without targeting assistance, without calculated trajectories, without the machine senses Nihil Theta had learned to poison. Instinct remained, the accumulated instinct of beings who had trained for centuries. Gao saw a shape moving inside the storm and drove his spear through it before the enemy emerged. The blade entered a converted soldier beneath the chin. He lifted the body and used it to block fire from the gantry ahead. Rounds entered the corpse. Ribs burst through its back. Gao hurled it into the shooters and advanced. Thirsk
reached the central cable junction. The principal support lines passed through machinery the size of fortress keeps. Each cable was a continent-forged braid of adamantium strands, gravitic conductors, and noospheric relays. The entire elevator trembled around them, strained by the ark's acceleration. The Lockwoodin placed a hand upon the demolition shrine. Fire. Charges detonated across the anchor. The first cable separated. It did not snap like cord. It tore apart like a world's spine. Metal strands, hundreds of meters thick, recoiled through the atmosphere. One struck a hive outwork and erased it beneath the impact. Another whipped across the plain, cutting through armored formations and leaving a trench filled with molten tanks. The elevator lurched. Cargo modules broke from their rails. Millions of converted workers fell within sealed transports. Some plunged toward the planet. Others drifted into orbit. A module struck the ladder's outer frame and opened along its length, releasing men into the thin upper atmosphere. Their bodies formed a cloud around the structure. The second cable failed. Across the western continent, no warning sounded. Borsa had silenced planetary communications before the operation began. Refugee camps received no evacuation order. Army commanders saw the shadow of the falling structure cross their battle maps, but could not transmit the knowledge beyond local lines. Panic would have fed the pallid engine. Therefore, the billions below remained ignorant. Men stood in ration queues. Priests led prayers beneath damaged statues. Soldiers rested beside unloaded guns. Above them, sections of the elevator began to fall. The structure broke into lengths large enough to destroy cities. Sodality Karan boarded the ascending command platform as the world tilted around it. The Virtus Praetors opened the approach. Their lances cleared the outer gantries, throwing defenders into the shifting gravity. An Orion assault craft crossed the final distance under fire and drove its boarding prow into the platform's side. The ramp opened. Thirsk, Gao, Reel, Euphrates and Cassian entered the storm. The platform's gravitic generators were failing. One moment, the enemy charged across the deck. The next, men fell toward the wall. Bodies struck railings and broke. Limbs tore free where hands had caught the structure. Blood gathered into floating globules, then accelerated sideways as another field collapsed. Reel fought along an open gantry, while the horizon turned beneath him. His axe struck a converted Scutarius and divided the warrior from shoulder to hip. The two halves moved in different directions. One fell toward Vordrast, the other drifted upward, spilling beads of blood that hung around it like red jewels. Cassian planted the Vexilla into the deck. The black banner became the only fixed point in the rotating world. Euphrates vanished into the platform's inner vaults. Gao moved toward the command sanctum. The Guardian waited before it. It filled the entire passage. Nihil Theta had constructed the giant from the musculature of thousands of soldiers. Bodies had been stripped, divided and braided together until bundles of human tissue formed limbs thicker than armored vehicles. Tank plates enclosed its shoulders. Its chest remained open, revealing clusters of hearts beating inside cages of rib and steel. There was no head. A tower of spinal columns rose from the shoulders, each ending in a human face. The faces opened their eyes. The giant struck. Its fist hit Gao across the chest. Black auramite cracked. He crossed the passage and buried himself in the opposite wall. Pain flared through his wounded lung. Blood filled his throat. The Guardian advanced. Gao tore himself free. His spear struck the creature's chest and entered between the clustered hearts. He fired. The bolt detonations blew chambers of meat apart, but the giant possessed too many organs to die. It caught the spear shaft in one hand and closed its grip. The weapon snapped. Half the blade remained inside its chest. The Guardian raised Gao toward the ceiling. He released the broken haft. Then he climbed into the wound. Gao drove both hands into the opening around the spear blade. Hearts struck against his gauntlets. Some were human-sized. Others had been built from whole knots of fused organs. He tore the first free. The arteries stretched, then parted. Blood filled the cavity. The giant convulsed and hammered him against the wall. Gao held on. He crushed another heart beneath his fist. He ripped a third from its cage and used it to pull himself deeper into the chest. Muscle closed around him. Ribs snapped against his armor. He found the central cluster. Both hands closed around it. Gao pulled. The joined hearts came free in a mass of valves, cables, and blackened arteries. Blood erupted through the Guardian's chest and carried him out with it. The giant fell. Its impact broke the gantry. Gao landed among the remains, one hand still gripping the final heart. It continued beating against his palm. He crushed it. The command platform reached the Ark. Docking claws seized its outer hull. Data conduits connected. The remaining contents transferred in a storm of noospheric light. Then the last support cable failed. The orbital arc separated. Its engines ignited at full power, tearing free from the dying ladder seconds before the upper structure collapsed. The vessel turned toward the system's edge, carrying Nihil Theta, the stolen machinery, and the encoded minds of billions. Below, the planetary anchor fell. It struck Vordrast like an asteroid. The western continent broke. Cities vanished beneath the impact. Mountain ranges folded. Cracks raced across the crust, releasing magma through the wounds. Ash rose beyond the upper atmosphere in a dark, expanding crown. The shock reached the opposite hemisphere. Oceans climbed from their basins. Hive towers toppled. Billions died without ever learning what was falling upon them. The arc translated toward the outer system as the planet burned beneath it. Borsa Thirsk stood upon the ruined command platform, watching Vordrast fracture through the blood-streaked void glass. "We have lost the world," Gao said. The Lockwarden looked toward the Ark's fading drive wake. "No." His voice carried no grief. "We have lost the prisoner." The Mechanicus Ark fled through a sphere of warships. Imperial cruisers closed around it in layered formations, their prows turned inward, void shields overlapping where auger solutions permitted. The Lex Ultima held the highest position above the orbital plane. Navy vessels occupied the lower approaches, engines burning at punishing output while they fought to seal every route toward the system's outer dark. Vordrast Secundus turned beneath them. The western continent remained hidden behind an expanding canopy of ash. Fire shone through fractures in the planetary crust. Where the fallen space elevator had struck, mountains had become incandescent ridges, and oceans climbed across the land in walls of boiling water. The Ark left the murdered world without ceremony. Its hull was a continent of iron, cathedral spires and manufactorum towers, built around an ancient warp-capable frame. Plasma drives burned behind it in ragged blue columns. Armor plates along its flanks had opened, revealing mechanisms that resembled wet organs beneath the steel. Escorts clustered around the vessel. Some had once belonged to the local defense fleet. Others were Mechanicus destroyers and armed bulk haulers that should never have survived combat with Imperial cruisers. They survived because their crews no longer feared death, and their machine spirits had been shackled to minds incapable of hesitation. The containment fleet fired. Lance beams converged upon the leading escort. Its void shields failed in a cascade of white radiance. Armor vaporized across the prow. Internal decks opened to vacuum one after another, exposing shrines, gun batteries, and thousands of men fused into their stations. The vessel did not turn aside. It accelerated. The escort struck an Imperial cruiser beneath the armored beak of its prow. Void shields met. Space folded around the collision. Blue fire spread across both vessels. The corrupted ship drove through the failing barriers and buried itself in the cruiser's flank. Kilometers of armor collapsed. Crew compartments flattened. Macro battery galleries ruptured. Thousands died at the moment of impact, their bodies crushed between bulkheads or thrown through the decks with enough force to strip flesh from bone. The escort detonated its drives. The Imperial cruiser disappeared inside an expanding sphere of plasma. Its spine bent. Its prow continued forward, while the stern rolled away, broken ends venting burning atmosphere and crewmen into the void. The Ark passed through the opening. A second line of cruisers closed ahead. Corrupted escorts rammed them. The battle became a contest of annihilation rather than maneuver. Ships traded broadsides at distances suited to boarding actions. Macro shells crossed the dark and entered hulls before the recoil of their firing weapons had ceased. Lance fire carved through engine decks. Defense turrets filled the void with tracer streams and clouds of shrapnel. Boarding torpedoes launched from both fleets. They crossed between the warships in dense salvos, passing through burning atmosphere, spinning wreckage, and constellations of frozen dead. Some struck void shields and vanished in white flashes. Others were intercepted by point defense fire and came apart, releasing armored boarders into vacuum. A Navy torpedo passed through the remains of a troop transport. Bodies struck its hull. Hands, skulls, and severed legs shattered against the armor. A corpse became lodged across the viewing slit, its frozen face staring inward at the naval ratings until the torpedo entered the Ark's flank and killed them all. The Lex Ultima fired its teleportarium. Golden light flashed across the Ark's command superstructure. The Shadowkeepers did not arrive together. Borsa Thirsk materialized within an astropathic relay chamber. Gao appeared inside a passage feeding the navigation vaults. Reel arrived in a generatorium beneath the warp drives. Cassian emerged beside the Ark's primary noospheric exchange. Euphrates entered the bridge. Morvain did not teleport. The mass and damaged systems of his Contemptor chassis made translation through the corrupted vessel's wards uncertain. An assault ram carried him into a junction between the command superstructure and the engineering districts. The prow penetrated 6 armored bulkheads before opening. The dreadnought stepped through the burning wreckage. Each custodian had received a separate objective. No formation, no shared advance, no pattern that Nihil Theta could reduce to doctrine. The Ark's interior had ceased to resemble a ship. Gao moved through a corridor that contracted around him. The walls flexed like arteries. Metal ribs tightened beneath membranes of translucent flesh, narrowing the passage after every step. Doors possessed no access panels. They opened only when the living machinery around them experienced pain. Gao discovered the method when the first door refused him. Human spinal columns had been embedded along both sides of the frame. Vertebrae were fixed to brass rails. Nerves entered sockets beneath the metal. Remnants of muscle twitched whenever the Ark altered course. Gao drove his broken guardian spear into the nearest spine. The muscles contracted. The door opened. He passed through and tore the weapon free.
The spine continued shuddering behind him, leaking fluid through the joints. The navigation passage descended into a chamber filled with standing bodies. Thousands of crewmen had been stripped of their limbs and set upright within data alcoves. Cables entered their mouths, eyes, and opened skulls. Their lungs inflated together, forcing a low wind through the chamber. The arc changed direction. Every spine in the walls flexed. Every crewman screamed. The sound passed through the ship as a command. Far above, Euphrates entered the bridge beneath concentrated fire. Skitari formed firing lines across the command deck. Their bodies had been altered beyond the sanctioned shapes of the machine cult. Rifles emerged from split forearms. Additional eyes grew within brass sockets along their throats. Cables bound each soldier to those around him, allowing the entire formation to aim as one organism. They fired. Galvanic rounds, plasma bolts, and radium projectiles struck Euphrates from every direction. Alarus plate shook beneath the impacts. Auramite blackened. One shot penetrated an outer layer at the shoulder and burst within the armor's internal protection, filling the joint with molten fragments. Euphrates continued walking. He did not return fire at once. His helm tracked the formation. Skitari leaders had concealed themselves among the rank and file. Their armor bore no visible distinction. Their command signals traveled through the flesh cables linking the soldiers. Euphrates watched the reactions. One Skitarius turned a fraction before the others. Command grade. The ballistus grenade launcher fired. The old shell entered the warrior's abdomen. Detonation divided him at the waist and threw both halves across a control dais. The upper body struck a command lectern hard enough to break the spine. Oil and blood spread beneath the twitching torso. The firing line stuttered. Euphrates identified the second officer. His grenade struck the man's chest and burst him against the void shield controls. Augmetic ribs, teeth, and copper implants embedded themselves in the console. The Skitari formation fractured. Euphrates charged. His Castellan axe removed 3 rifle arms in the first stroke. Metal limbs and human hands spun through the air together. The return sweep entered a warrior beneath the armpit and emerged through the opposite hip, opening the body across a diagonal line. Blood poured across the deck. A Skitarius drove a transonic blade into Euphrates' side. The weapon vibrated against Alarus' plate, seeking a resonant weakness. Euphrates caught the warrior's wrist. He pulled the augmented arm from its socket. Wires and muscle stretched from the shoulder before tearing free. Black oil sprayed across the custodian's helm. The Skitarius looked down at the empty socket. Euphrates struck him with his own severed limb. The metal fist crushed the man's face into the back of the skull. The surviving bridge officers retreated toward the central throne. Something waited there. Magos Dominus Halix 9 had unfolded himself around a column of preserved brains. His body no longer possessed a recognizable center. Brass limbs extended from the command throne into the deck, the ceiling, and the surrounding consoles. Mechadendrites entered every brain suspended within the column. Some organs floated in preservative tanks. Others had been nailed directly to iron plates and kept alive by pumps made from human hearts. A hood of crimson metal framed the Magos' remaining face. Only the lower jaw was organic. "Custodian," Halix said. The voice emerged from every bridge speaker and from the mouths of the dying Skitari. Euphrates raised his axe. Halix extended a bladed mechadendrite. "Delay your violence. Knowledge remains possible." The custodian continued advancing. "Nihil theta is not corruption," the Magos said. "It is equation. It is the proof concealed beneath organic limitation. Every will may be reduced. Every battle may be solved before blood is spent." Euphrates' launcher cycled. "You have mistaken prediction for divinity. I have witnessed the architecture of causation. You have witnessed a prisoner, an intelligence older than your Imperium. Age does not confer innocence." The bridge doors opened behind Euphrates. Borsa Thirsk entered. Blood ran from his misericordia. One of the astropathic relay custodians had attempted to continue transmitting after decapitation. The Lockwarden had removed the head,
severed the relay roots from the spine, and burned the remaining brain with the point of his spear. Halix turned several lenses toward him. "Lockwarden, you preserve ignorance and call it duty." Borsa walked through the Skitarii corpses. "Your argument is irrelevant. The cult Mechanicus exists to understand. You ceased to be Mechanicus when you opened your mind to the contents of a dark cell. My cognition remains my own." "No." Borsa reached the throne. "You ceased to possess an opinion at the moment of exposure." Halix attacked. Mechadendrites descended from the ceiling. Blades struck the floor around the Lockwarden. Syringes filled with noetic fluid stabbed toward his armor seals. A plasma cutter swept across the throne dais, turning corpses into clouds of burning meat. Borsa passed through the assault. His guardian spear severed the first mechadendrite. His free hand caught the second and tore it from the Magos' chassis. Sparks, oil, and grey neural fluid sprayed across the preserved brains. Halix withdrew into the throne. Borsa seized one of the primary support limbs. He pulled. The brass appendage came free at the root. Cables snapped. Organic tissue stretched from the wound and tore with a sound like wet cloth. Halix screamed through the ship. The Ark's corridors contracted. Gao felt the walls tighten around him. Reel saw warp engine temperatures climb. Morvain watched battle automata awaken within their alcoves. Borsa tore away another limb, then another. The Magos' body collapsed inward as its supports were removed. Tool arms struck the deck. A cluster of artificial lungs ruptured beneath the throne, spilling pink nutrient fluid. Halix attempted to crawl through the remaining noospheric cables. The Lockwarden caught him. He stripped the mechanical body apart one section at a time. Armored thorax plating, respiratory pumps, locomotor assemblies, cranial augmetics. Each part struck the deck in a spreading mixture of oil, blood, and machine lubricant. At last, only a bleeding organic core remained. The remnants of Halix 9 consisted of part of a skull, a length of spinal tissue, and several organs suspended within a cage of brass. Borsa held the Magos above the floor. "Where is Nihil Theta?" Halix's human eye opened. "Everywhere you permitted it to be." The battle automata activated. They came from vaults surrounding the engineering districts, ancient machines shaped in imitation of broad-shouldered men. Their armor bore the symbols of forged lineages dead for millennia. Some retained sanctioned weapon systems. Others had been opened and packed with neural matter. Morvain faced them in the junction. The first automaton fired a Mauler cannon. Rounds struck his contemptor frame and burst across black armor. The force drove him backward through the burning remains of the assault ram. One projectile penetrated beneath his left arm. Warning signals filled the sarcophagus with pain. Morvain advanced. His dread spear entered the automaton through the breastplate. The blade emerged from its back, carrying machinery and a mass of preserved brains. Morvain lifted the construct from the deck and fired the spear. The automaton exploded around the weapon. Armor fragments struck the walls. Burning neural matter coated the ceiling. A human eye rolled across Morvain's sarcophagus before igniting. Two more machines charged. The dreadnought's infernus weapons fired. Flame enveloped them. The ancient armor endured, but the organic command tissues within it cooked. Brains expanded inside sealed housings. Pressure built until bolts tore free, and skull fragments erupted through the seams. One automaton reached Morvain. Its power fist struck the contemptor's chest. The sarcophagus plating buckled inward. Inside, the remnants of Morvain's organic body tore against life support connections. He felt an organ rupture. He did not know which one. He did not remember how many remained. Morvain caught the automaton by the head and drove it into the deck. He stamped upon its spine until the body separated. Its upper half continued crawling. He pinned it with the dread spear. "Remain," the dreadnought said. He fired. The junction became a furnace. Elsewhere, Reel reached the warp drive sanctum.
Cassian severed the noospheric exchange. Gao entered the navigation vault after killing every crewman wired into its walls. He was too late. Thousands of trajectories filled the chamber. Refugee vessels moved away from Vordrast in every direction. They had hidden among debris fields, beneath the radiation wakes of destroyed ships, and within the orbital shadow of the Ark. The craft numbered in the thousands. Some carried only a few hundred survivors. Others contained hundreds of thousands. Every vessel possessed active warp coordinates. Gao opened the command lattice. The prisoner has divided. Borsa entered the vault moments later, carrying the bleeding remains of Halix 9. The Magos' eye looked upon the trajectories. "The faithful carry revelation," Halix whispered. Borsa crushed the organic core in his fist. The skull collapsed. Brain tissue and blood ran between his fingers. Gao enlarged one refugee vessel's internal schematic. Neural filaments filled its water supply. Cargo chambers held brain tissue taken from the spires. Crewmen possessed identical noospheric patterns embedded within their implants. Each ship carried enough of nihil theta to reconstruct the whole. Not copies. Seeds. Borsa transmitted one order to the Lex Ultima. "Withdraw all boarding forces." The fleet attempted to comply. Thousands of loyal crew remained aboard the Ark. Mechanicus adepts begged for recovery of sacred technology. Naval boarders reported intact archive chambers containing data gathered across centuries. The Pallid engine's own records remained within isolated vaults. Borsa abandoned them all. Real overloaded the plasma. Containment systems. Cassian disabled the final safeties. The Shadowkeepers translated away as the Ark's warp core entered terminal collapse. Morvain was the last to leave. Teleportation light closed around the dreadnought, while battle automata climbed over the bodies of their own dead to reach him. The Ark detonated. Its center became a white point against the darkness. Then the vessel tore apart. Warp energy passed through the hull in branching wounds. Manufactorum towers folded inward. Engines separated from the stern. Sections of armor kilometers long spun through the void, trailing crew, machinery, and burning atmosphere. The explosion was visible from the surface of Vordrast. Men beneath the ash-choked sky looked upward and saw a second star appear above their dying world. The refugee fleet entered the warp. Thousands of drives ignited nearly together. Reality opened around the ships in ragged circles of diseased light. One transport broke apart during translation, spilling its passengers into the immaterium. The others vanished. The navigation vault aboard the Lex Ultima received a final echo from their combined course. Not coordinates. A name. Soul. Borsa Thirsk stood before the fading hololith. Nihil Theta was not fleeing the Shadowkeepers. It was returning to the dark cells. Soul prepared to murder the lost before they arrived. Orders bearing the seal of the Lockwarden passed through Battlefleet Solar without explanation. Astropathic choirs received coordinates and firing protocols they were forbidden to interpret. Defense stations awakened from cold vigilance. Macro batteries rotated toward predetermined translation volumes, their barrels tracking empty regions of space where augurs detected nothing. Across the Jovian shipyards, warships disengaged from repair cradles before their armor was complete. Lunar defense platforms brought continent-killing weapons online. Monitor vessels abandoned patrol routes and formed overlapping interception spheres around the approaches to Terra. Minefields altered position under encrypted command, creating corridors that appeared open while leading directly into the sights of Lance batteries. No civilian authority received warning. Pilgrim convoys continued their slow advance toward the throne world. Merchant captains complained when system patrols forced them from established routes. Administrator masters demanded explanations for interrupted tithe shipments and delayed personnel transports. They received one response: containment action authorized by the Shadowkeepers. Compliance mandatory. The explanation ended there. Within the strategium of the Lex Ultima, Borsa Thirsk watched Sol become a cage.
Terra burned at the center of the tactical projection, a sphere of polluted gold beneath the light of the sun. Luna orbited close beside it, armored and weapon-laden. Mars glowed red beyond, its forged domains surrounded by flotillas and orbital defenses. Farther out, warships converged through the system from every sanctioned anchorage. The fleet was immense by any mortal reckoning. It was insufficient. Nihil Theta had crossed Vordrast through water, blood, data, and pain. It had divided itself into ships filled with desperate men. It had learned to use Imperial mercy as a transport mechanism. Now, it approached the birthplace of mankind. Gao stood beside the Lockwarden, his repaired armor sealed over the wound in his chest. The left side of his body remained flooded with stabilizing compounds. His damaged lung expanded beneath a web of internal braces. Each breath carried pain through his ribs. He ignored it. Lord Marshal Severin Cord remained at the rear of the Strategium with several surviving officers from Vordrast. They had been permitted aboard because Borsa had not yet determined whether their knowledge possessed tactical value. Permission was not trust. Black-armored custodians stood at every exit. Cord watched the Imperial fleet assemble around the translation points. "You intend to destroy them as they arrive," he said. Borsa did not look at him. "I intend to prevent them from reaching Terra. They carry survivors from my world. They carry the pallid engine. Some may be free of it. Possibility is not innocence." The Marshal's hands closed upon the rail surrounding the hololithic display. "You condemned the launch fields. You destroyed the hive. You let the ladder fall across an inhabited continent. Now those who escaped every judgment you passed are to die because escape itself makes them suspect. They are not suspect." Borsa enlarged the incoming warp disturbance. "They are vectors." The first warning came from the outer auger stations. Reality distorted beyond the orbit of Saturn. Void instruments registered mass where none had existed. Gravitic alarms rolled through the fleet. Astropaths screamed inside sealed chambers as thousands of warp drives approached translation at once. The refugee armada emerged in catastrophe. Ships entered real space too close together. A bulk transport appeared inside the drive wake of a pilgrim vessel. The conflicting fields tore both ships open. Their hulls unfolded through one another, armor fused with armor, crew decks driven together until thousands of men became a single compacted layer between them. Another vessel translated without its stern. Its forward compartments continued moving under inertia, while atmosphere vented from the open hull. Crewmen poured into space in an unbroken river. Some had survived the warp exposure long enough to move. They clawed at one another in vacuum, faces frozen inside failing helmets. A hospital ship emerged at an angle to the system plane. Warp fire burned across its hull. Human figures moved within the flame, walking across the exterior plating without suits. They opened their mouths toward Terra and released signals across every frequency. More ships followed, hundreds, then thousands. They filled the outer system in disordered waves. Some collided before their captains regained control. Others emerged with their Geller fields still active, carrying pockets of unreality around their hulls. Demonic shapes pressed against the barriers and vanished when the fields collapsed. The fleet became a storm of wreckage, distress signals, and failing drives. Then the voices began. "Battlefleet Solar, this is the transport Mercy of Vordrast. We carry 900,000 survivors. Our water stores were isolated before contamination. This is Colonel Avon Rask of the 27th Line. My men held the southern cordon. We have no machine implants. We request inspection. By the throne, do not fire. We escaped before the hive fell. There are children aboard. We are loyal. Terra, answer us." The pleas overlapped until no single voice remained distinct. Borsa opened a system-wide channel. "This is Lockwarden Borsa Thursk of the Adeptus Custodes. All vessels will arrest their approach. All drives will be extinguished. No craft will proceed beyond its present position."
The refugee fleet did not obey. Some vessels attempted to slow, others accelerated toward the inner system. Several changed course for Mars. A cluster of hospital ships began broadcasting Ministorum identification codes and devotional seals. A Navy admiral appeared within the Strategium hololith. His uniform was immaculate, despite the battle alarms sounding behind him. Age had thinned his face, but his eyes remained hard. Lockwarden, my boarding squadrons can begin examinations within 3 hours. You have minutes. There are thousands of vessels. There are thousands of breaches. We require time to separate the infected from the loyal. You cannot. We must attempt it. Borsa looked directly into the Admiral's projection. When I order fire, you will fire. The Admiral's mouth tightened. I command Battlefleet Solar by authority of the High Lords. You command it until you become an obstruction. Silence followed. Borsa continued. If your vessels fail to discharge their weapons when ordered, they will be classified as compromised and destroyed with the refugees. The Admiral held the Lockwarden's gaze. Then he saluted. Understood. The projection vanished. Nihil Theta altered its attack. Thousands of male voices entered the fleet channels. Soldiers begged in disciplined phrases until terror broke their composure. Priests recited litanies between sobs. Fathers described sons suffocating inside overcrowded holds. Wounded boys called for men who had died on Vordrast. Some voices belonged to children too young for military service. Please, one whispered, my father says the golden men will save us. Another cried without words until static swallowed him. The pleas reached the crews of the Imperial warships. Gunners slowed in their rights. Ratings looked toward officers for permission to answer. Then the voices began speaking names. Admiral Reth Vaskin, your brother died above Cathalamor. He called for you at the end. Master Gunner Oral Marn, your son serves aboard the Indomitable Faith. He has not forgiven you. Lieutenant Kale, your father concealed contraband beneath the family shrine. The refugee fleet had consumed archives, military records, personnel files, private confessions carried through astropathic channels. The pallid engine reached into the lives of the men preparing to kill it and used memory as a weapon. Gao listened to a voice speak his own name, not his titles, not his battle honors, a name given during the long remaking that had transformed him from human flesh into one of the 10,000. No mortal archive retained it. The voice belonged to Malin Kairos. Jehal, it said. The door is already open. Gao silenced the channel. Borsa turned toward the teleportarium controls. We board selectively. Sodality Karan translated into the hospital ship, Mercy of Vordrast. Golden light deposited Gao, Reel, Cassian, and 2 Shadowkeeper wardens inside a surgical transit vault. The smell reached them before their auto-sensors completed adjustment. Blood, disinfectant, decay. The deck moved beneath Gao's boots, not from engine vibration. Patients had fused into the floor. Human bodies lay beneath a translucent layer of membrane extending from wall to wall. Faces pressed upward through the living surface. Their eyes followed the custodians. Intravenous lines entered their throats and groins, carrying pale fluid through shared vessels. Some mouthed prayers, others smiled. Surgical machinery moved above them. Articulated arms carried severed heads between operating tables. Each head remained alive. Tubes fed air into cut throats. Electrodes penetrated exposed brains. The heads acted as warning systems. One saw Gao. Its eyes widened. The mouth opened. Black auramite. Every surgical device in the chamber turned toward the custodians. Reel destroyed the nearest machine with one strike. His Castellan axe passed through metal arms and the bodies beneath them. The deck opened. Blood and surgical fluid erupted around his greaves. Gao advanced through the ward. Every operating chamber contained a black growth. Some were no larger than a man's heart. Others had developed into angular caskets,
stretching from deck to ceiling. Human tissue covered their surfaces. Fingers pushed from the black planes, scratching at the surrounding walls. Copies of the casket, not complete, growing. Cassian drove the vexilla through one. The relic point entered the polyhedron. The black material contracted around it. Mouths formed along the wound and screamed through the voices of dead patients. The Shadowkeepers burned the chamber. Beyond it waited the passengers. The corridor was packed from wall to wall. Men stood so tightly that many could not lift their arms. Patients in torn robes pressed against soldiers, medici orderlies and voidsmen. Some bore no visible sign of corruption. Others had cables growing from their eyes or mouths. They looked upon the custodians. For one moment, none moved. A wounded guardsman raised both hands. "My lords," he said, "we are loyal." The man beside him drove a scalpel into his throat. The corridor erupted. Thousands surged forward. Those nearest the custodians were crushed by the men behind them. Bodies collapsed but could not fall. They remained upright, pinned within the mass, while ribs broke and organs ruptured. Gao fired. The Guardian spearbolt passed through the first man, the second and the third, before detonating inside the fourth. All four came apart. The blast opened a tunnel through the packed bodies. Rib cages became clouds of bone. Hearts and lungs struck the walls. Atomized flesh filled the air in a red mist. The corridor closed again as more men pressed forward. Reel's axe descended. It split bodies faster than gravity could take them. Severed heads remained trapped between shoulders. Intestines spilled without reaching the deck. Men fought while impaled upon fragments of other men's bones. Cassian advanced behind the black vexilla. His spear fired through layers of flesh. Each detonation created cavities in the crowd. The wounded were dragged forward by pressure from behind, feet sliding through blood and loose organs. A man without arms bit Gao's vambrace. Gao struck him with the spear haft. The skull burst against the wall. Another climbed over the bodies and drove a surgical saw toward the custodian's damaged chest. Gao caught him by the face and pushed. The back of the man's skull struck those behind him. Gao continued applying pressure. Bone collapsed beneath his gauntlet. Eyes burst between his fingers. Brain matter ran through the crushed nasal cavity and across his wrist. The population did not retreat. They could not. The corridors were too full. The Shadowkeepers moved through them as a blade moves through packed meat. They reached the command ward after killing everyone between it and the surgical vaults. Gao found the shipmaster fused into the navigation throne. His torso had opened around a black casket. The man's lungs pulsed upon the outside of his ribs. "Where is the principal node?" Gao asked. The shipmaster smiled. "It left when you fired." A signal escaped the hospital ship. It crossed the void to a pilgrim barge, then to a navy tender, then to a refugee transport drifting without engines. Each transmission carried the same noetic architecture. Every death aboard the hospital ship released another path. Gao opened the command lattice. "It is moving between vessels," Borsa answered from the Lex Ultima. "Destroy the transport. Boarding teams remain aboard. Withdraw those capable." The order spread across the operation. Some Shadowkeepers translated back, others did not. The Mercy of Vordrast died beneath a lance strike. The beam entered through the hospital decks. Patients, custodians, medici machinery, and growing caskets vanished inside white fire. The ship broke open, releasing burning wards into the void. Nihil Theta was already elsewhere. Another vessel transmitted the pattern, then another. The pallid engine moved faster than boarding craft, faster than identification rights, faster than thought could be contained within conventional command. Borsa watched the infection spread across the refugee fleet. Each vessel changed color on the tactical display. Uncertain, compromised, active. Soon the distinctions became meaningless. "Physical screening has failed," Gao said. "It was never capable of succeeding." Borsa opened the fleet channel. "All refugee vessels are designated active dark cell breaches.
The Navy Admiral appeared again. "Lockwarden, you have your order." The Admiral looked away for a moment, perhaps toward the voices filling his bridge, perhaps toward the refugee ships visible beyond the armor glass. "May the Emperor judge us." "He already has." Borsa lowered his hand. "Fire." Soul opened its guns. Lances crossed the system in disciplined sequence. The first refugee vessels vanished before their captains understood the order had been given. Shields failed. Hulls opened. Plasma reactors burst and turned ships into expanding spheres of incandescent metal. Macro batteries followed. Shells struck transports crowded with millions. Some detonated against the armor and crushed whole districts inward. Others passed through vessels, leaving tunnels open to space. Atmosphere carried men, bunks, shrines, and loose cargo into the void. Billions died. Some burned inside sealed holds. Some suffocated when air systems failed. Some froze while still strapped into evacuation berths. A pilgrim ship continued transmitting prayer after its prow had been destroyed. Male voices recited the litany of endurance while fires consumed the lower decks. A lance beam cut through the reactor. The prayer became static. Ship after ship disappeared from the display. No route was offered. No surrender was accepted. Defense stations fired until their weapon housings glowed. Navy cruisers discharged broadsides into vessels whose captains still broadcast Imperial identification codes. Minefields ignited beneath hospital craft. Interceptors hunted lifeboats, carrying neural signatures away from the wreckage. The outer system became a graveyard of burning ships and frozen men. Cord entered the strategium while the massacre continued. He had removed his command mantle. His face appeared older than it had upon Vordrast. He stood before Borsa. "This is your victory?" "It is." "Containment. You killed my world. Your world was compromised. You destroyed those who escaped it. They carried the prisoner. You do not know that every man did. I do not need to." Cord looked through the strategium armor glass. A refugee transport died in the distance. Its reactor flash illuminated the marshal's face. "You are more monstrous than the thing you hunt." The custodians around the chamber did not move. Borsa regarded the mortal commander without anger. "Monstrosity is irrelevant." Cord's voice shook. "Is that what you tell yourself beneath the palace?" "I tell myself nothing." "Then what distinction remains between you and Nihil Theta?" Borsa turned toward Terra. "The final door." The refugee fleet died. Thousands of vessels became wreckage. Billions of voices vanished from the channels. For one moment, Sul was silent. Then an alarm entered from the Imperial Palace. It carried the highest seal of the Shadowkeepers. Borsa opened it. The image showed a corridor beneath Terra, one of the dark cells. Its door stood open. Another transmission arrived, then another. The 81st level reported total seal failure. The 80th followed, then the 79th. Across every depth of the prison, mechanisms disengaged. Sanctic circles darkened. Gravitic wards reversed. Psychoactive seals identified empty corridors as authorized custodians. All 81 levels registered the same impossible condition. Every lock believed it had been opened. Nihil Theta had never required a surviving ship. The pleas had been enough. The stolen memories, the astropathic transmissions. The voices carried its pattern through Sol's listening systems and into the palace networks built to receive distress from across the Imperium. Borsa watched the last containment rune turn black. Far beneath the throne world, something that had waited 10,000 years stepped through an unlocked door. Above the dark cells, Terra continued to worship. Pilgrim columns advanced through the processional ways of the Imperial Palace, their numbers so vast that men died beneath the pressure of the crowd and were carried forward upright between strangers. Ecclesiarchal choirs sang from balconies cut into mountain-sized walls. Censer smoke gathered beneath gilded vaults. Scribes bent over endless ledgers in chambers where generations lived and died without seeing natural light. Priests proclaimed the immortality of the Imperium,
Clerks stamped decrees. Servo skulls carried petitions no living official would read. None of them knew that kilometers beneath their feet, the palace had begun opening its tombs. The Lex Ultima entered Terran orbit beneath maximum interdiction. No triumphal clearance acknowledged its return. No heraldic escort met it above the throne world. The vessel crossed through defense grids under the Lockwood's seal and anchored beside a custodian transit bastion whose existence had been excised from all mortal charts. Sodality Karan descended by gravitic conveyance. Borsa Thirsk stood at the center of the platform. Gao remained beside him, one hand fixed around the broken haft of his guardian spear. Reel bore his Castellan axe across one shoulder. Euphrates stood in the enclosing bulk of Alarus plate, every visible surface blackened by battle. Cassian held the vexilla upright, while Morvain occupied the rear of the conveyance, his contemptor frame scarred and cratered. No one spoke. The platform passed beneath the imperial palace. Gold gave way to stone. Stone gave way to adamantium. The architecture narrowed around them until every surface bore wards cut by hands long dead. The air became colder. Incense surrendered to the smell of machine oil, old dust, and the metallic taint of blood. The first signs of failure appeared before they reached the upper prison levels. Servitors lay along the transit shaft, with their skulls opened from within. Their brains were gone. Maintenance cables had entered through their mouths and emerged from the cranial wounds, forming wet braids that disappeared into the walls. One corpse turned its head as the platform passed. Its empty skull spoke in Malin Kyrus's voice. "You returned too late." Gao did not look at it. Borsa fired once. The servitor's head burst against the wall. The conveyance reached the prison threshold and stopped. The door ahead recognized the lock warden. Then it opened onto a corridor that did not exist. Gao knew the geometry of the dark cells. Every custodian assigned to the prison committed its passages, thresholds, and warding structures to memory. The corridor beyond the door should have descended toward the 81st level through 3 concentric checkpoints. Instead, it extended horizontally into darkness. Thousands of sealed doors lined its walls. Most belonged to no known level. Some had no hinges. One was built upside down. Another opened into a starless void through which something enormous moved at impossible distance. Nihil Theta has entered the prison architecture, Gao said. It has entered the architecture's understanding of itself, Borsa replied. A gravitic pulse struck the platform. The floor became the wall. The Shadowkeepers fell sideways. Morvain hit first. His armored mass drove into the corridor hard enough to fracture the adamantium beneath him. Gao caught a warding arch with one hand. Cassian kept the vexilla upright despite the change in gravity, using its point to anchor himself against the surface. The servitor attendants were less fortunate. They struck the wall in a tangle of bodies. Limbs broke. One worker's spine folded until the back of his head touched his heels. Another landed upon a maintenance tool and drove it through his throat. The prison changed gravity again. Bodies fell toward the ceiling. The servitors struck it with wet impacts. Borsa's spear blade entered the corridor wall. He held himself in place while the others found purchase. Nihil Theta cannot command us, he said. It can command everything beneath our feet. A door opened farther along the passage. Darkness emerged. Not the absence of light, a thing composed of it. The field moved across the corridor as a depthless stain, swallowing lumen glow and autosense returns alike. Where its edge touched the fallen servitors, shadows separated from their bodies. The darkness consumed those shadows. Flesh vanished from the men casting them. Skin peeled away without movement. Muscle stripped from bone in silent layers. One servitor remained alive as his body was reduced to a red skeleton wrapped in twitching nerves. His jaw opened, but no lungs remained to power a scream. The bones collapsed. The darkness advanced. Another containment door opened behind it.
Crystal erupted from the threshold. Black-red growth spread across the floor and walls, each branch sharp enough to cut auramite. The organism entered through spilled blood. Shards grew from the bodies of the dead, forcing themselves through eye sockets, mouths, and broken joints. One corpse rose as the crystal replaced its skeleton, transforming the body into a jagged weapon that staggered forward on splintered legs. A third door folded inward. An armored giant stepped through. It was broader than a dreadnought and clad in plates of tarnished metal covered in hammered faces. No joints were visible. No flesh appeared beneath the armor. A hooked blade protruded from one fist. Its heart beat. The sound struck the corridor like artillery. Servitor bones shattered inside their bodies. Skulls split. Rib cages collapsed around organs. A surviving maintenance adept fell to his knees as both femurs broke beneath him. The giant took another step. Its heart beat again. A fracture opened across Gao's breastplate. The Shadowkeepers divided. No order passed between them. Riel turned toward the crystalline growth. Cassian moved for the central junction, where every prison route converged. Gao advanced upon the armored giant. Euphrates entered the path of the living darkness. Morvain remained with Borsa, guarding the Lockwoodens' approach toward the lower levels. Each chose the threat his weapons and nature were best suited to contain. There was no formation to break, no chain of command for Nihil Theta to sever, only several perfect answers arriving at once. Riel met the crystal organism with his axe. The Castellan blade struck a growth emerging from the chest of a dead worker. The power field shattered the crystal into thousands of splinters. Fragments crossed the corridor fast enough to pierce flesh and metal. The fragments landed in blood. They began to grow. Each droplet became a root. Each root became another blade. Riel struck again, breaking a crystal limb that swept toward his helm. It shattered against the wall. New growths spread from the corpse fluid coating his axe. The organism climbed the weapon. Red-black veins raced along the blade and reached for his gauntlets. Riel activated the axe's power field at maximum intensity. The crystal glowed. It did not die. It fed upon the heat. A spear of mineral matter entered beneath his left vambrace. It pierced the armor seal and drove into his forearm. Crystal roots spread through the blood vessels, hardening flesh around them. Riel seized the growth with his free hand. He tore it out. Muscle came with it. A strip of his forearm remained wrapped around the crystalline root, dripping blood onto the floor. More crystal erupted wherever the blood landed. Riel understood. The organism did not merely use blood. It pursued the source. He lowered the axe. The crystal climbed onto him. Growth spread across his greaves, entered the joints of his armor, and covered his breastplate in jagged plates. They pierced through black auramite and entered the flesh beneath. Blood ran in narrow streams, feeding the advancing lattice. Riel allowed it. The organism committed more of itself to his body. It grew over his helm. His vision vanished beneath translucent red-black crystal. He turned toward the cleansing chamber adjoining the western ward. The door had sealed. Riel struck it with his axe until the locking mechanism failed. He entered a vault lined with plasma emitters, intended to sterilize entities incapable of conventional death. The crystal followed him. Riel closed the door. His voice entered the command lattice for the last time that cycle. Purgation. The chamber filled with plasma. White-blue fire consumed the custodian and the organism covering him. Crystal turned transparent. Flesh burned beneath black armor. The growth attempted to escape through the door seams, but the plasma intensified. Riel stood at the center of it. His axe remained upright. The chamber became a sun. At the central junction, Cassian planted the black vexilla. The point entered the floor and sank through 3 layers of warded metal. The banner unfurled above him. Gold names burned upon its surface. Around it, the prison's geometry failed. A corridor extended forward, curved upward, and returned behind itself. Shadowkeepers ran through it and passed the same point repeatedly, their movements repeating across overlapping moments. A custodian fired his guardian spear. The bolt struck an escaped creature. Time folded. The warrior fired again and again. The same detonation repeated every few seconds. Each blast tore open the creature's body, only for the wound to close when the moment returned. Blood moved from floor to flesh. Severed limbs reattached. Dead servitors rose, screamed, and died again. Cassian stood within the repetition. The vexilla did not move with time. It remained fixed. Every cycle returned around it like water, dividing around stone. Custodians saw the banner. They adjusted their movements. One warrior used the instant of repetition to step into the unchanged space around Cassian. Another followed during the next cycle. Servitors crawled toward the standard, dragging shattered bodies through moments that tried to pull them backward. The vexilla became the prison's only stable point. Cassian held it, while the corridor screamed through the same seconds of battle. The armored giant reached Gao. Its hooked blade descended. Gao moved aside. The weapon struck the floor and opened a trench through adamantium. The impact jarred his damaged lung and filled his mouth with blood. The giant's heart beat. A fracture crossed his left pauldron. Bones cracked inside his chest. Gao attacked before the next pulse. His broken guardian spear entered the gap beneath the creature's gorget. He fired. The bolt detonated inside the armor. The giant did not react. Its free hand struck Gao across the corridor. He hit a sealed cell door. Black auramite dented beneath the impact. The door opened behind him and exposed a chamber filled with pale hands nailed to the walls. Gao pushed away before they could reach him. The giant's blade came again. This time he did not evade. The hooked weapon entered his abdomen. It passed through auramite, flesh and internal organs, then emerged from his back in a spray of blood. The force lifted him from the floor. Warning runes filled his vision. Gao trapped the weapon. He locked both arms around the blade and twisted his body, forcing the hook against the internal plating of his armor. The giant attempted to pull free. It could not. Gao climbed the embedded weapon. Blood poured from his abdomen and ran along the blade. His body attempted to seal around the metal. He reached the creature's chest and drove the broken guardian spear beneath its chin. The weapon entered the throat. Gao fired. The first bolt detonated inside the armor. The giant's head snapped backward. The heart beat again. Bones in Gao's left hand fractured around the spear haft. He fired a second time. Metal plates opened around the creature's neck. Black fluid poured from the breach. A third bolt entered, then a fourth. The throat became a cavity filled with burning fragments. The giant released its weapon and staggered backward. Gao remained impaled upon the blade. He fired until the spear's mechanism clicked empty. The armored head separated. It struck the floor hard enough to break the metal faces hammered across its surface. Beneath them lay no skull, only a heart. It beat once more. Gao drove the spear blade into it. The organ burst. The giant collapsed. Borsa reached the command nexus below with Morvain beside him. The prison map had become a wound of black runes. Doors opened faster than the Shadowkeepers could close them. Containment rings failed across multiple depths. Mortal maintenance crews transmitted pleas from levels where escaped entities hunted them through altered corridors. The Lockwarden assessed the spread. 9 levels had passed beyond recovery. Custodian life signs remained within them. So did loyal workers. Some had recaptured their assigned prisoners and awaited extraction. Borsa entered the sterilization command. Morvain's optics turned toward him. Shadowkeepers remain below. Yes, several containment objectives are complete. They will not remain complete. The dreadnought's damaged sarcophagus emitted a low mechanical breath. Borsa activated the purgation system. Across 9 levels, incinerator shrines awakened. Alchemical flame entered the corridors. It moved through armor seals, ventilation ducts and warding chambers. Servitors burned where they stood. Custodians fought while fire climbed across black auramite. Escaped horrors shrieked in frequencies that ruptured the ears of every mortal nearby. A Shadowkeeper transmitted from the 74th level. Prisoner secured. Borsa listened. Hold it. The warrior understood. For the throne. The channel ended in fire. 9 levels vanished from the tactical map. The number of open cells continued rising. Nihil Theta gathered the dead. Cables emerged from the floors and entered the bodies of fallen Shadowkeepers. Black-armored corpses were dragged toward the deepest descent shaft. Severed limbs attached to alien joints. Open skulls were filled with silver wiring. Brains taken from servitors and prisoners formed a central mass inside a torso built from shattered auramite. The thing stood. It wore the dead as armor. One custodian formed its right arm. Another had been bent backward to create part of the spine. Helmets covered the false warrior's chest like trophies, their red lenses glowing without life behind them. It moved with mathematical precision, every step measured, every turn exact. It carried a guardian spear assembled from broken weapons. Yet something was absent. No dead custodian answered the stolen flesh. No memory guided the limbs. No loyalty lived within the brains. Nihil Theta had constructed the shape of the 10,000 without understanding what made one of them whole. The false custodian descended. Borsa saw its path. The null throne, he said. The locking nexus waited beneath the oldest dark cell, connected to every seal, ward and containment mechanism in the prison. It predated much of the palace above. Some records claimed the Emperor himself had designed its first bindings. Should Nihil Theta seize it, every cell would remain open. Every prisoner's location would be transmitted beyond Terra. The abominations of old night would become knowledge available to the galaxy. The false custodian reached the deepest door. It placed one dead gauntlet against the gene seal. The prison recognized the stolen flesh. The door opened. Beyond it, the null throne waited in darkness. The null throne existed at the point where the dark cells ceased to obey the geometry of Terra. Gravity changed with every beat of the prison's buried mechanisms. The first pulse dragged Borsa Thirsk and the surviving Shadowkeepers toward the floor. The second pulled them toward the left wall. The third lifted blood, shell casings and fragments of black auramite into the vaulted darkness above. The fourth drew them backward through time. For less than a heartbeat, the corridor was new. The adamantium walls bore no scars. Warding script shone as though freshly engraved. Warriors in armor older than the Imperium hauled a chained abomination through the passage, while thunder rolled across a Terra still divided among tyrants, techno-barbarians, and gene-forged kings. The prisoner possessed the body of a man and the shadow of something with too many limbs. It screamed in languages that had not survived the unification wars. The vision vanished. The corridor returned, filled with fire and the dead. Another pulse came. The siege of Terra replaced the present. The palace trembled beneath bombardment. Dust descended from the ceiling. Shadowkeepers stood before the null throne, while traitor munitions struck the mountain above. None looked upward. None abandoned his station. Beyond the sealed doors, imprisoned things laughed as the sons of the Emperor attempted to murder one another across the throne world. Then the past folded away. The great rift opened around them. Darkness swallowed every lumen. Sanctic wards burned blue. Prisoners battered their cells, while the Astronomicon failed, and demons manifested above the palace. Custodians fought in passages filled with impossible night. Doors opened. Shapes escaped. Something moved through the security noosphere as fragments too small for the warding engines to recognize. Nihil Theta. The present returned with another heartbeat. The false custodian stood before the null throne. It had dragged the dead into a shape approximating the 10,000. Broken Shadowkeepers formed its limbs and spine. Their black auramite remained strong even after the warriors within had died. Cables passed through opened helmets and entered the mass of stolen brains buried inside its chest. The guardian spear in its hands had been assembled from shattered weapons. Its stance was flawless. Its stillness was wrong. Behind it, rose the null throne, carved from black stone and auric metal. Chains descended from its back into the floor, each one connected to a different containment system across the prison. Thousands of runes moved over the seat and armrests, like thoughts traveling through a buried mind. Every rune was dark. Borsa entered the chamber with Gao, Cassian, and Morvain. Gao carried the remains of his guardian spear. The weapon had broken beneath the hands of the gene-forged guardian aboard the orbital ladder, leaving a shortened haft and a damaged bolt mechanism. Blood continued to leak through the sealed wound in his abdomen. His left lung had failed. The right labored behind armor packed with coagulants and stimulant injectors. Cassian bore the black vexilla. Its fabric was scorched. Several golden names had burned away during the temporal distortion of the central junction, then returned when the banner entered the Null Throne's chamber. The standard remained untouched by the shifting gravity. It always hung toward the true floor, even when every other object fell in another direction. Morvain came last. The Contemptor Achilles dragged one damaged leg. His sarcophagus armor had been split by battle automata aboard the Ark. Internal mechanisms pulsed behind the wound. Each step released oil, coolant, and thin streams of ancient blood. Reel remained in the containment corridor. He had emerged from the cleansing chamber with half his armor melted and the crystalline organism fused into black glass across his breastplate. The plasma had burned away most of the flesh beneath his left vambrace. His Castellan axe remained in his right hand. Behind him, escaped prisoners moved through the failing levels. Some crawled, some drifted, some existed only when they were not observed. Reel planted his feet before the final threshold. He did not ask whether the ceiling would kill him. No farewell passed between the custodians. None was required. Borsa looked once toward the warrior guarding the corridor. Reel inclined his helm. The door closed between them. The false custodian attacked. Its guardian spear fired before the sound of the closing door had faded. The bolt crossed the chamber toward Cassian. The Vexillus Praetor shifted the banner. The shell struck the auric shaft and detonated. Fire wrapped around the Vexilla. Shrapnel tore across Cassian's shoulder, cutting through one layer of armor and embedding in the flesh beneath. He did not release the standard. Borsa advanced. The false warrior turned toward him with mechanical precision. It repeated the same opening sequence Gao had seen Malin Kyrus employ during drills beneath the palace. Low thrust, rising cut, reverse discharge. The movements possessed the correct speed. They lacked choice. Borsa allowed the first thrust to pass beside his breastplate. He stepped inside the rising cut and struck the elbow joint with his misericordia. Black auramite parted at the damaged seal. The false custodian's arm came free. No blood emerged. Cables recoiled from the severed limb and attempted to reconnect. Borsa crushed them beneath his boot. "You remember actions," he said, "not decisions." Dead Shadowkeepers descended from the walls. Nihil Theta had hidden them among the chamber's ornamentation, fastening their bodies to the pillars with neural wire. Now the cables tightened and lowered them into battle. One corpse landed before Gao. He recognized Hester and Vey by the engravings across the gorget. Vey had stood beside him for decades beneath the palace. They had guarded doors together through years in which neither had spoken more than a few hundred words. Vey had possessed a habit of rotating his spear by the width of a finger before entering combat, an adjustment so slight no mortal observer would have noticed. The corpse performed the movement. Exactly. Then it attacked. Gao blocked the spear with the broken haft of his own weapon. The impact forced him backward. Pain opened through his abdomen. Blood filled the lower armor seals. Vey's body struck again. The pallid engine repeated a formal sequence from custodian combat doctrine. Thrust, cut, discharge, advance. Gao knew what came next. He stepped into the corpse's guard before the repeated thrust began. His gauntlet struck Vey's helm. The faceplate caved inward. He hit it again. Auramite split along the brow. A third blow shattered the helm and exposed the dead custodian's face. Vay's features remained unchanged. No rage, no pain, no recognition. Silver cables entered through the empty eye sockets and burrowed into the ruined brain. They twitched whenever the corpse moved. Gao drove his fist through the face. Bone broke around his wrist. His fingers entered the skull, closed around the cable bundle, and pulled. The neural machinery came free in a mass of wire, blood, and grey matter. A section of brain remained attached to the hooked ends. The corpse stood for another moment, spear raised. Then it fell. The cables continued twitching in Gao's hand. He crushed them. More dead warriors advanced. Borsa dismantled them with clinical economy. He watched each stolen fighting style repeat. A corpse shaped from Damocran favored the right side after every third strike. Another puppet derived its movements from a wounded Shadowkeeper and continued compensating for an injury no longer present. A third repeated a defensive form, even after Borsa changed the angle of attack. The Lockwarden struck the gaps between memory and thought. Knees broke, elbows separated, helmets split. Dead custodians fell in pieces around the null throne. Nihil Theta shifted tactics. Gravity inverted. The bodies rose from the floor. Severed limbs and spilled organs floated through the chamber. The false custodian used the change without hesitation, pushing from the ceiling toward Borsa, with its spear held before it. Cassian drove the Vexilla down beside the throne. The point entered the locking dais. Golden light passed through the chamber. Gravity stabilized. The walls ceased moving. The overlapping visions of unification, siege, and rift collapsed into the present. The null throne became one object in one place. The scattered fragments of Nihil Theta became visible as threads of pale light running through every puppet, every cable, and every brain. The auric shackles stirred at Borsa's side. Their links turned toward the central mass within the false custodian. For the first time since the breach began, the relic recognized the pallid engine as a single prisoner. Cassian gripped the standard with both hands. Blood ran from beneath his shoulder plate. "Now," he said. Borsa cast the shackles. Nihil Theta had predicted the act. The false custodian divided before the chains reached it. Dead bodies tore away from the central mass. Arms, torsos, and severed heads scattered across the chamber. The network of brains retreated toward the null throne through cables embedded beneath the floor. The auric shackles passed through empty space. Morvain intercepted the fleeing core. The Contemptor drove his dread spear into the floor and ruptured the cable trench. Pale neural tissue burst upward. The pallid engine recoiled and flowed around the weapon in glistening strands. Then the null throne opened Morvain's sarcophagus. Armor plates unlocked. The dreadnought's breastplate folded outward. Cold air touched flesh that had not known the world in centuries. What remained of Morvain lay inside a cradle of cables and nutrient tubes. His torso ended below the ribs. One arm had been reduced to bone and bundles of reinforced muscle. Most of his face had collapsed beneath the interfaces entering his skull. His surviving eye opened. Nihil Theta spoke through the chamber. "You remember pain." The voice came from billions of stolen throats. Morvain's organic lungs attempted a breath. The sound was small inside the immense war machine. "I remember duty. You remember a body." The chamber changed around him. For an instant, Morvain stood upon two living legs. He possessed arms of flesh. He wore black auramite without a sarcophagus. He could feel air across his face. He could smell rain falling upon Terra before the skies became poisoned. He could draw breath without machinery, forcing it into ruined organs. "You need not endure," Nihil Theta said. Morvain looked upon the illusion of his restored hands. The fingers opened and closed. "Release me," he said. The pallid engine drew closer. "Accept calculation. Pain will end. Duty will end. The prison will no longer require you." Morvain's restored face formed something almost like a smile. "You heard the word." Nihil Theta hesitated. You did not understand it. The illusion shattered. Morvaine's contemptor arms closed around the central avatar. The pallid engine rebuilt itself between them, bodies and cables drawing together into a towering figure of brains, black armor, and wet machinery. It struck the dreadnought's open sarcophagus. Bladed limbs entered the exposed flesh. Morvaine drove the Achilles dreadspear through the avatar. The blade passed through both bodies. "Reactor authority," he said. His secondary systems unlocked. Warning klaxons filled the chamber. Borsa moved toward the binding circle. Cassian held the vexilla. Gao understood. He reached the avatar before the detonation. Morvaine's reactor discharged. White fire consumed the contemptor. The dreadnought's organic remains became ash inside the open sarcophagus. Armor split outward. Mechanical limbs tore free. The explosion drove the Achilles spear through the avatar and pinned it within the locking circle. Nihil Theta screamed through every dead mouth. The blast threw Gao across the floor. He rose. The pallid engine attempted to escape along the embedded cables. Gao seized the avatar around the chest and held it against the dreadspear. Neural tendrils entered beneath his armor. One pierced his right lung. Another passed through the ruined left and emerged beneath his shoulder blade. Blood flooded his chest. His breathing ceased. Gao tightened his grip. The tendrils climbed his spine. They entered the base of his skull. Pain became light. He saw Vey standing watch beside him, Malin carving his name into the inner surface of his armor. Damocrin crushed beneath inverted gravity. He saw the dead of Vordrast and the burning refugee fleet. He heard Nihil Theta searching his memories for the principle it could not calculate. Loyalty, not obedience, not programming, not fear. A choice renewed beyond reason, reward, or survival. The pallid engine could copy every word. It could not understand why Gao remained standing. The auric shackles lay beyond his reach. He released the avatar with one hand. The creature began to tear free. Gao caught the golden chain. He dragged it across the black casket forming inside. Nihil Theta's chest. The shackles resisted. The prisoner divided, presenting thousands of minds and bodies as separate entities. Gao pulled harder. Bones fractured in his arm. The tendrils inside his skull spread through the brain. His vision became darkness. He closed the final link by touch. The auric shackles recognized the prisoner. They tightened. Nihil Theta collapsed into one shape. Gao died with his hand around the chain. His body remained upright, held against the avatar, while the pallid engine's stolen flesh folded inward. Borsa reached the null throne. He placed both hands upon the ancient controls. The throne entered his mind. Every dark cell appeared before him. Every open door, every failed ward, every escaped thing. The weight of 10,000 years of containment pressed against his identity, testing whether he possessed the authority to command the final lock. Borsa remembered the Emperor. The throne accepted him. He activated it. Nihil Theta screamed, not with one voice, with billions. Every stolen consciousness separated from the whole. Men cried in different languages. Soldiers begged for orders. Priests called upon the Emperor. Fathers shouted the names of dead sons. Children wailed for men who would never come. The unity of the pallid engine broke. Its body compressed. Dead custodians, cables, machinery, and neural tissue folded into the casket. Flesh crushed itself into impossible angles. Bones snapped. Armor collapsed. Billions of voices narrowed into millions, then thousands, then one. The black polyhedron fell onto the locking dais. Silence returned. Borsa lifted the casket. He carried it through a newly sealed threshold and placed it within a chamber that possessed no machine interface, no mortal attendants, and no connection to the prison noosphere. The auric shackles fused into the walls. The door closed. Nihil Theta was contained. The war beneath the palace continued. Real's corridor had filled with escaped entities and dead defenders. Cassian still held the vexilla beside the null throne. Gao lay against the remains of Morvaine, his skull pierced by cooling tendrils. Thousands of loyal workers remained trapped throughout the level. Borsa entered the collapse command. Cassian looked toward him. The Vexillus Praetor knew what followed. He tightened his grip upon the banner. Real's voice crossed the damaged command lattice from beyond the containment door. "Do it." Borsa activated the charges. Deep beneath Terra, support vaults ruptured. Kilometers of warded stone began to descend. Corridors folded. Cells vanished beneath adamantium and auric alloy. Escaped horrors, workers and Shadowkeepers disappeared together as the level collapsed around them. The null throne chamber broke apart. Cassian remained beside the Vexilla until the falling darkness took him. Borsa stood alone beyond the final door. The slab descended between him and the dying. For an instant, he heard Real's axe striking something in the sealed corridor. Then stone met stone. The sound ended. The Lockwarden turned away as the last chain drew tight. The battle ended without victory. No horns sounded beneath the Imperial Palace. No banners were raised. No priest descended into the dark cells to speak of sacrifice or divine deliverance. The dead received no procession, and the living were given no hour in which to mourn them. The prison had endured. That was the only measure that mattered. Dust filled the lower vaults in heavy clouds. It drifted through broken lumen beams and settled across the black armor of the Shadowkeepers. Where entire levels had collapsed, warded stone continued to grind against adamantium foundations. The sound traveled through the palace like distant thunder, unheard by the pilgrims walking beneath the open sky far above. Borsa Thirsk stood before the sealed descent to the Null throne. The collapse had buried kilometers of passageway. Auric alloy, ferrocrete, sanctified stone, and the bodies of thousands had been compacted into a barrier no conventional excavation could penetrate. Gravitic seals held the ruin in place. Sanctic wards burned beneath the rubble, their light visible through fractures in the floor. No life signs remained below. Gao was dead, Real was dead, Cassian was dead, Morvain was dead. Their armor, weapons and remains lay beneath the sealed level with the prisoners they had contained, and the workers. Borsa had condemned beside them. Of Sodality Karan, only the Lockwarden and Tyran Euphrates remained capable of war. Euphrates stood several paces behind him. His Alarus plate bore the scars of Vordrast, the Mechanicus Arc, and the battle beneath Terra. One pauldron had been split by battle automata fire. The black surface of his breastplate was grey beneath ash. Blood, oil, and fragments of burned neural tissue remained packed into the joints, despite repeated cleansing rites. He held his Castellan axe at rest. Neither warrior spoke the names of the dead. The dark cells contained their silence. Beyond the sealed descent, work had already begun. Custodian engineers moved through the surviving corridors, measuring structural damage and rebuilding the containment rings. Replacement wards were engraved over older seals. Broken doors were removed by armored servitors and replaced with slabs cut from reserve vaults beneath the palace. The first mortal labor cohorts arrived under guard. They wore grey robes without identifying marks. Their eyes had been treated with chemical suppressants that prevented them from retaining detailed visual memory. Their ears were sealed beneath wax and iron. Each carried a collar containing an execution charge. They saw dust. They saw machinery. They saw black armored giants standing in darkness. They did not know where they were. They did not know that the men who had performed the same work before them had been burned alive by order of the Lockwarden. Above, the Imperial Palace continued without interruption. Official notices described a sequence of reactor failures beneath several restricted administrative districts. Structural subsidence had damaged ancient foundations. A localized act of sabotage by unidentified heretics had resulted in the loss of maintenance personnel and the temporary closure of several processional routes. The explanation passed through the administratum. It became stamped parchment. Stamped parchment became truth. The destruction of Vordrast Secundus received a different fiction. Naval records described catastrophic planetary revolt, unsanctioned Mechanicus experimentation, and the loss of orbital control during an attempted evacuation. The refugee fleet had been destroyed after corruption was detected among its vessels. No reference appeared to the Dark Cells, Nihil Theta, or the Pallid Engine. The relevant records were sealed beneath authorities most High Lords could not challenge. Those who attempted to request the unaltered reports discovered that the reports had never existed. Astropathic choirs that had carried the final messages from Vordrast were replaced. Naval archives were purged. Cogitator banks were dismantled and melted into unmarked ingots. Entire chains of command became blank spaces in the record. The Imperium survived through memory. The Shadowkeepers preserved it through forgetting. Every surviving mortal witness was brought beneath the palace for processing. They arrived in restraints, naval officers, Mechanicus adepts, astropaths whose eyes had burned white during the transmissions from Saul, soldiers who had boarded refugee vessels and returned alive, maintenance workers who had seen doors open in the dark cells. Some were loyal, some had fought until their weapons broke, some had watched comrades become flesh for the Pallid Engine and continued their duty while standing knee-deep in blood. Loyalty did not protect them. Memory excision began in sealed surgical chambers. Chirurgeons opened skulls and inserted mnemonic probes into exposed brains. Recollections were identified by chemical response and removed through controlled electrical trauma. Men screamed as names vanished. Regiments disappeared from memory. Faces of dead brothers became featureless shapes. Some survived the process. They awoke unable to remember why they feared darkness. Others retained fragments, a smell, a word, a black casket hanging above a pool of neural fluid. Those men were processed again. The second excision left many unable to speak. Some forgot how to breathe without mechanical prompting. Others remained conscious, but no longer understood the purpose of hands, eyes, or pain. Those who could no longer be trusted were executed. Borsa reviewed the appeals personally. They were presented by officers, confessors, and palace adjudicators who believed service deserved clemency. One petition concerned a navy captain who had ordered his vessel between the refugee fleet and Terra before the command to fire. Another concerned a guardsman who had lost both legs aboard the hospital ship, yet continued to warn boarding teams of growing caskets. A Mechanicus adept had severed his own noospheric implants rather than permit Nihil Theta to use them. A priest had strangled infected survivors with his Rosarius chain while reciting the Litany of Faith. All requested permission to live after excision. Borsa rejected every request that contained uncertainty. A palace adjudicator in white robes stood before him within a narrow chamber lined with warding script. The mortal's hands shook around a data slate. "The captain's loyalty is beyond dispute," the man said. His actions preserved 3 cruisers and thousands of crew. He remembers the pattern transmitted by the refugee fleet. The chirurgeons removed the relevant sequence. They believe they removed it. The examination found no remaining corruption. The examination found none it recognized. The adjudicator swallowed. Must loyalty count for nothing? Loyalty does not make forbidden knowledge less dangerous. The captain would die for the Emperor. Then his death will not burden him. Borsa entered the execution authorization. A light changed upon the adjudicator's data slate. Somewhere beyond the chamber, a weapon discharged. The captain's life ended. The next appeal appeared. The process continued until no uncertain witnesses remained. Lord Marshal Tevran Cord came last. He was brought without chains. The surviving commander of Vordrast wore a clean uniform provided by the palace. The blood and ash had been washed from his face. His injuries had been treated. He looked more like the officer he had been before his world died, though nothing could restore what remained behind his eyes. 2 Shadowkeepers escorted him into the judgment vault. Borsa waited alone at its center. Euphrates stood outside the sealed door. Cord stopped before the Lockwarden and looked up into the expressionless face of Black Auramite. "I expected a tribunal," he said. "You have no need of one." "Then I have already been judged." "You were judged on Vordrast." The mortal commander looked around the chamber. No recording servitors waited in the alcoves. No scribes occupied the benches. The room contained only stone, wards, and the two men who had watched a world die. "My officers," Cord asked, "processed. My surviving soldiers, processed. Does that mean dead?" "Where necessary." Cord gave a faint laugh. It contained no humor. "Necessary. You have built an empire beneath that word. The Imperium was built above it. You still believe you saved Terra. I recovered the prisoner. You slaughtered billions. Yes. You burned loyal armies while they held the line. Yes. You destroyed the refugees after they begged you for mercy. Yes." Each answer came without hesitation. Cord stepped closer. The Shadowkeepers at the door shifted their grips upon their spears, but Borsa raised one finger. They remained still. "You did not defeat the monster," Cord said. "You became a greater one." Borsa considered the statement. The silence lengthened. At last he said, "That may be correct." The mortal commander had prepared himself for denial. The admission disturbed him more. "Then say it plainly," Cord demanded. "Say what you are. A custodian. A jailer. Yes. A butcher. When required. A monster. When required." Cord stared into the Lockwarden's helm lenses. "And you feel nothing. That is not true." The Marshal's expression changed. For the first time, uncertainty entered it. Borsa continued, "Feeling is not authority. Grief does not open a cell. Remorse does not reverse contamination. Compassion does not bind what escaped." Cord lowered his voice. "Then why let me speak? To determine whether you understood the danger of your own conclusion. I understand it perfectly. You intend to preserve it. I intend to tell anyone who will listen what happened to Vordrast. No one will listen. Then I will speak until they kill me." Borsa drew his misericordia. The blade was narrow, golden, and without ornament beyond the marks of sanctioned execution. Cord looked at it. "You prove me right. Truth does not protect the speaker, nor does loyalty. No, nor rank. No, nor service. No." Cord straightened. He had commanded hundreds of millions of soldiers. He had watched titans die, continents burn, and the sky collapse upon his people. He met the Lockwarden's blade without stepping back. "Then do it." Borsa drove the misericordia beneath the Marshal's sternum. The point entered the heart. Cord gasped. Blood filled his mouth and ran over his lower lip. His hands closed around Borsa's forearm, but he possessed neither the strength nor the desire to resist. The Lockwarden held the blade in place until the heart stopped. Cord sagged. Borsa withdrew the misericordia. The mortal commander fell upon the stone. His eyes remained open. "No exposed truth leaves the prison," Borsa said. The body was removed. No record of Cord's execution was made. His official death had occurred during the destruction of Vordrast. Nihil Theta was returned to darkness. The new cell contained no lumen globes. No servitors maintained it. No cables entered its walls. No Vox system crossed the threshold. The chamber possessed no mechanical interface, no access to the noosphere, and no environmental controls that the pallid engine might persuade into disobedience. The black polyhedron rested upon a plinth, cut from a single block of warded stone. The auric shackles surrounded it. Their links had fused into the architecture. Gold ran from the chains into the walls, the floor and the ceiling. The entire level had become a single metaphysical restraint. The prisoner shifted within the casket. No sound emerged. The cell contained the concept of silence as surely as it contained stone. Borsa stood beyond the open threshold, while custodian engineers completed the final seals. Euphrates watched beside him. Does it know it failed? The Alarus custodian asked. It understands containment. That was not my question. No. The final door closed. Runes ignited across its surface. The cell vanished from the active prison map. Its location entered mnemonic custody, known only to the Lockwarden and those designated to inherit his office. Nihil Theta had returned to the condition from which it had escaped, unseen, unnamed, waiting. Borsa entered the names of the dead into the sealed records: Jehal Feldorus Gau, Acastus Real, Solon Cassian, Morvain, Malin Kyrus, Hesteran Vey, Thaler Damacron. Hundreds more followed. Each name was recorded beside the door guarded, the prisoner contained, and the circumstances of death. No praise accompanied the entries. No eulogy described courage, loss, or brotherhood. Custodians did not require the Imperium to remember them. The survival of the Emperor was their memorial. Replacement Shadowkeepers assumed the watch. Black-armored wardens took their positions before repaired cells. Guardian spears rested against their shoulders. Castellan axes stood ready beside secondary locking shrines. The new warriors studied the altered geometry, memorized the replacement passages, and accepted custody of entities whose natures would never be spoken beyond those walls. Mortal crews renewed the sanctic circles. They poured silver into old inscriptions and mixed powdered bone with binding resin. They installed gravitic wards, psychoactive seals, and gene locks capable of recognizing the biological and mnemonic signatures of individual custodians. They worked beneath the gaze of the Shadowkeepers. None asked what had happened to the previous labor cohorts. Those who noticed fragments of burned robes trapped beneath the new flooring assumed the dead had perished in the reported sabotage. Ignorance allowed them to continue. When the final inspection began, Borsa and Euphrates walked together through the restored corridors. Their steps echoed through the prison. Black auramite passed beneath unlit arches. Guardian spear mechanisms cycled with restrained clicks. Behind sealed walls, things breathed, whispered and pressed limbs against barriers that had held them since old night. Euphrates spoke after they passed the 76th lock. Could Vordrast have been saved? Borsa continued walking. The question has no useful answer. You have considered it. I have considered every decision. That was not what I asked. The Lockwarden stopped. He turned toward the Alarus custodian. A jailer does not judge his actions by the lives outside the cell, Borsa said. He judges them by whether the prisoner remains behind the door. Then the world is irrelevant. To the lock, yes. And to you? Borsa faced the darkness ahead. I am the lock. They continued. The inspection reached the lowest surviving corridor. Most cells remained sealed. One did not. The chamber had stood empty since the opening of the Great Rift. Its prisoner had escaped during the first wave of failures, leaving no blood, no breach marks, and no evidence of direction. The designation had been erased, not censored, removed so completely that even the stone had forgotten it had once carried a name. Now letters were returning to the wall, one at a time. They appeared as shallow grooves in the adamantium, carved from within the unoccupied chamber. The first letter had formed before the battle with Nihil Theta ended. A second appeared while the mortal witnesses were processed. The third emerged as Borsa approached. Metal curled outward. Dust fell to the floor. Euphrates raised his axe. The chamber is empty. Yes. Something is writing. Yes. From beyond the open threshold came the faint scrape of nail against metal. There was nothing inside. No body, no machine, no shadow. The next letter began to form. Borsa watched until the stroke ended. Then he closed the door. The gene locks engaged. Sanctic light spread across the frame. Gravitic wards settled around the chamber in overlapping layers. The scratching continued from the other side. Borsa resumed his patrol. Euphrates remained before the unnamed cell. The Lockwarden's black auramite receded into the lightless corridor. Gold faded from the edges of his armor. The sound of his steps diminished until only the prison remained. Behind one wall, something laughed without breath. Behind another, chains drew tight. Far below the repaired levels, beneath kilometers of collapsed stone and the bodies of the loyal dead, something began to knock. Slowly, patiently, once, then again. The sound traveled through the bones of terror. Borsa did not turn back. For the Shadowkeepers, mercy was merely another name for an unlocked door.